At Franklin County, our mission is clear: to service every resident every day. In 2025, we're set to spend north of $2.2 billion to provide services and resources in order to help our neighbors, the residents of Franklin County, to thrive, not just survive. This budget is a moral document that shows where our vision meets action to deliver tangible results in Central Ohio. Six core principles guide everything we do in Franklin County, working hand in hand with the community's own vision in our Rise Together blueprint. These principles aren't just goals, they are promises to you. From health and human services to community safety, from environmental sustainability to job creation, from racial equity to fiscal responsibility, each principle represents a commitment to building a stronger, more equitable Franklin County. Over the next several weeks, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Innovative programs, investments, and most importantly, real results for our community. We'll explore how we're transforming health and human services delivery. You'll see how programs like One Door and our mobile units are bringing services directly to neighborhoods that need them most. You'll also discover how we are reimagining community safety and security. From innovative diversion programs to victim services, we're building a justice system that works for everyone. This year, we'll showcase some of our boldest initiatives yet, leading with our commitment to racial equity, showing how we're creating real change through equitable vendor programs and inclusive recruitment. We'll show how we're strengthening civic engagement and environmental stewardship, from modernizing our election facilities to innovative sanitary engineering projects that protect our community's future. We'll explore how we're building an economy that works for everyone through local business investment, workforce development, and affordable housing solutions that make Franklin County stronger for all. These hearings will represent more than just numbers. These hearings will represent tangible ways how we will use taxpayer dollars to service every resident every day. The future of Franklin County starts here. These investments tell a powerful story, your story, of a Franklin County that's working harder, reaching farther, building stronger to create opportunities in every corner of our communities. Stay tuned.
Budget hearings for Franklin County, Ohio. This afternoon's session will begin with a brief video, followed by the presentation of the recommended budget overview and the core principle of efficient, responsive, and fiscally sustainable government operations from county administration.
At Franklin County, our mission is clear: to service every resident every day. In 2025, we're set to spend north of $2.2 billion to provide services and resources in order to help our neighbors, the residents of Franklin County, to thrive, not just survive. This budget is a moral document that shows where our vision meets action to deliver tangible results in Central Ohio. Six core principles guide everything we do in Franklin County, working hand in hand with the community's own vision in our Rise Together blueprint. These principles aren't just goals, they are promises to you. From health and human services to community safety, from environmental sustainability to job creation, from racial equity to fiscal responsibility, each principle represents a commitment to building a stronger, more equitable Franklin County. Over the next several weeks, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Innovative programs, investments, and most importantly, real results for our community. We'll explore how we're transforming health and human services delivery. You'll see how programs like One Door and our mobile units are bringing services directly to neighborhoods that need them most. You'll also discover how we are reimagining community safety and security. From innovative diversion programs to victim services, we're building a justice system that works for everyone. This year, we'll showcase some of our boldest initiatives yet, leading with our commitment to racial equity, showing how we're creating real change through equitable vendor programs and inclusive recruitment. We'll show how we're strengthening civic engagement and environmental stewardship, from modernizing our election facilities to innovative sanitary engineering projects that protect our community's future. We'll explore how we're building an economy that works for everyone through local business investment, workforce development, and affordable housing solutions that make Franklin County stronger for all. These hearings will represent more than just numbers. These hearings will represent tangible ways how we will use taxpayer dollars to service every resident every day. The future of Franklin County starts here. These investments tell a powerful story, your story, of a Franklin County that's working harder, reaching farther, building stronger to create opportunities in every corner of our communities. Stay tuned. Good afternoon, commissioners and residents of Franklin County. Our two deputy county administrators are with me today to present the recommended budget. I can't start this address without sharing my appreciation for the work and dedication of Deputy Administrators Chris Long and Joy Bivens and the team of the Office of Management and Budget for their work throughout the budget process. I would like to thank all of the elected county officials, agency directors for their cooperation and commitment to the residents of Franklin County, with special acknowledgement to Zach Telerik and his team at the Office of Management and Budget for their assistance in developing the 2025 budget recommendations. The 2025 budget process began in the spring. Following the first quarter review, the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, prepares an update to the county's long-term financial forecast. This document is used to develop the guidance provided to agencies when the budget direct instructions are released. In May, 35 agencies included in the budget identify strategic initiatives and operational performance measures which are linked to the Board of Commissioners' core principles for each program in their strategic business plan. At the same time, agencies and OMB review baseline payroll information for the upcoming year. Throughout the summer, agencies submit their budget requests for review. OMB staff meets with agencies to review the prior and current year expenditures and what resources will be needed to accomplish their performance targets during the next year. In the fall, OMB prepares budget briefs and presents them to county administration to develop budget recommendations for each program, ensuring that the most effective use of available resources. This culminates in the recommended budget totaling just over $2.2 billion being presented to you today.
The largest portion of all funds budgeted is dedicated to social and human services. At $925 million, social and human services represents 41% of the total recommended budget. Franklin County delivers a variety of social and human services to meet the needs of its residents. The county and its agencies continue to integrate and collaborate in approaching this work. The 2025 recommended budget includes $286 million for Franklin County Board of Development Disabilities. The board serves over 7,500 individuals in the residential support program who receive home and community-based services such as housing, transportation, and employment services that are leveraged with federal Medicaid funding, as well as providing instructional programs to 2,700 children. Another $238 million of these expenditures support the work of Franklin County Children's Services. The agency conducts almost 17,000 intake-related assessments each year. Franklin County Children's Services continue to improve their percentage of youth initially placed with kin. Research shows that youth who need to be removed from their home due to safety concerns reunify more quickly and are less likely to re-enter agency custody when they are initially placed with relatives or non-relatives with whom they have a bond or special relationship. The percentage of kinship placements for youth entering agency custody is 38%. The recommended budget includes $140 million for alcohol, drug, and mental health, or ADAM-H Board. The ADAM-H Board will continue to maintain and enhance the system of care by addressing mental health and addiction system capacity to meet growing unmet needs and deemed demand for services. ADAM-H is working with community partners to build the new Franklin County Crisis Center to serve as the central preferred destination in Franklin County for behavioral health crisis needs. With a planned opening in 2025, the center will provide a complete crisis care continuum for adults that will offer a no wrong door philosophy to ensure that anyone who arrives at the facility receives or gets connected to services. The Franklin County Office on Aging provides centralized access to programs and individualized services for older adults and their caregivers so they can preserve their independence and quality of life. The proposed budget of $72 million will support the anticipated 13,500 seniors who will be enrolled in Senior Options program during 2025, which provides community-based services such as home-delivered meals, homemaker services, adult daycare, emergency response system, and respite care. These agencies can provide these resources primarily through the $535 million in support from the property tax levies approved by the voters. Property taxes are the largest source in the total all funds revenue budgeted for 2025, along with the sales tax and permissive conveyance fees. These taxes account for 52% of the $1.9 billion in all funds and revenue. Intergovernment revenue, which includes state and federal funds, is the second largest source of funding at 24%, This is the primary source that supports the operations of Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services, Child Support Enforcement Agency, Justice Policy and Programs, and the Engineer's Office. The next largest category is services, fees, and charges, which represents 15% of all funds and revenue. This is the primary source of revenue for the chargebacks to county agencies for health care as well as workers' compensation coverage, which nearly $160 million. Other revenue sources represents the 9% of all funds revenue and includes $85 million in interfund revenue and $40 million in miscellaneous revenue. Overall, all funds revenue is expected to remain flat when compared to current 2024 projections, while tax revenue will increase following the approval of the Children's Services Levy last week by the voters. The expected increase will offset by the loss of COVID-era federal funding.
By comparison, general fund revenue in the 2025 recommended budget is expected to be $665 million, which is $8 million or 1.2% less than the amount projected to be received in 2024. The largest portion of the general fund revenue remains the sales tax, which comprises 62% of revenue. Sales tax collections have remained relatively flat throughout 2024, with revenue coming in only 0.5% higher than last year through October. Fortunately, this level of growth is expected to slightly rebound over the next year. Based on the forecast of retail sales from Moody's Analytics, the 2025 recommended budget expects collections of $414 million, an increase of 3.2% from the amount projected for 2024. While sales tax receipts are expected to increase, investment earnings are expected to be negatively impacted by the Federal Reserve lowering rates and the expenditure of the remaining one-time federal assistance from the pandemic. Investment earnings are expected to decrease from $50 million projected in 2024 to $40 million in the 2025 recommended budget. Real estate tax collections in 2024 were strong following the new valuations. As a result, general fund revenue increased by almost $18 million from $55 million in 2023 to $73 million in 2024. The 2025 recommended budget estimates real estate tax collections will be relatively flat, remaining at $73 million. Intergovernmental revenue includes $26 million in reimbursements from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, authorized by the American Rescue Plan Act. These funds will be used to reimburse a number of initiatives, including support for the Healthy Homes program at Nationwide Children's Hospital to retain and expand affordable housing in the Linden neighborhood, and the Franklin County Digital Equity Coalition, which includes over 40 organizations representing government, education, healthcare, social services, and the private sector to close the digital divide in Central Ohio. Intergovernmental revenue also includes $24 million for reimbursement from the State Public Defender's Office. The state biennial budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, House Bill 33, continued investment from the state of Ohio for the support of appointed counsel. However, in May of this year, the State Public Defender's Office notified counties that the reimbursement rate would be decreased from 85% to 78% beginning July 1st, 2024. For the 2025 recommended budget, county agencies and the courts agreed that it would be prudent to budget for a 70% reimbursement rate based on historical fluctuations. The 2025 recommended budget contains $677 million in general fund appropriations, which is $8 million or 1.2% more than the 2024 projected expenditures. A majority of the general fund budget is related to personnel costs, with $279 million allocated for salaries and wages and $118 million for fringe benefits. The next largest category is materials and services, covering 21% of the general fund budget. To account for inflationary increases, agencies were provided a 1% increase in various materials and services items. The estimated impact of this allowance was approximately $1 million when compared to the 2024 budget that was approved last December. The 2025 recommended budget includes nearly $65 million in grant expenditures, including $35 million to community partnerships, $12 million to economic development and planning, $12 million to the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and $4 million to the Veteran Service Commission. In addition to the other budgeted expense categories, the 2025 recommended budget includes $5 million in contingency to meet unforeseen expenditures during the year. This is below the maximum of 3% that is authorized by the Ohio Revised Code, given the relatively flat revenue estimate for next year. As shown in the chart, 59%, or $401 million, of the general fund budget is allocated to the provision of justice and public safety. More than half of that amount, $226 million, supports the operations of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. The 2025 recommended budget includes the addition of 22 positions within the Sheriff's Office to support the review process of body-worn camera footage, to provide additional security in the courtrooms, and administrative staffing support, including within the Recruitment, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Division. Reserves and debt total $83 million, including $36 million for the payment of the county's annual debt service obligations and almost $29 million in various interfund transfers. These transfers include over $5 million for the mandated share of programs administered by the Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services, $5 million for the support of animal care and control, and $2.7 million for the drainage engineer in support of the county's stormwater efforts.
Due to stagnating revenue and increasing costs, the 2025 recommended budget includes a $12 million draw from unrestricted cash reserves. Despite the use of these reserves, the 2025 recommended budget keeps the cash balance above median levels of other counties rated AAA by Moody's and Standard & Poor's. When including the county's Economic Stabilization Reserve or Rainy Day Fund, which remains untouched at $92 million, along with certain reserves and pledge funds, the projected ending fund cash balance would be at 38.6% of expenditures. In recent years, the county has been able to maintain its general fund cash reserve with the help of federal support. beginning with the CARES Act in 2020 and the subsequent support of the American Rescue Plan. The county has received nearly $430 million in direct federal support. This includes $8 million from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, $76 million from the Coronavirus Relief Fund authorized by the CARES Act, and $89 million through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and $256 million from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund through the American Rescue Plan. Through the end of 2024, the county will have utilized approximately 85% of this funding, providing rental, food, employment, and other assistance throughout the community, while avoiding the need to utilize cash reserves. The county will also ensure that the full $256 million from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund is obligated by the required December 31st, 2024 deadline. The 2025 recommended budget includes the remaining $56 million from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund to be expended before the end of 2026, and the final $9 million from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program that must be expended by September 30th of 2025. While this funding has been critical to preserving and funding policy initiatives, we must prepare now for the time when these funds will no longer be available. For the difficult decisions that will need to be made, county administration will look to the core principles established by the Board of Commissioners to ensure that these decisions align with our strategic priorities.
In 2011, the Board of Commissioners established 5 core principles to provide more clarity about why the programs the county offers exist, what value they offer to the residents, and how they benefit the community. In 2020, racism was declared a public health crisis, and the board also established promoting racial equity in all areas as the county's 6th core principle. Over the last few years, we have worked on optimizing our budget documents to streamline the format, spotlight performance, and identify the primary services within each agency's programs. This summer, Franklin County leadership refined the strategic goals associated with each of its core principles. The county continues to be a growing, vibrant community with ever-evolving opportunities and challenges. The county's strategic direction has been updated to highlight priorities that are essential to achieving the ideals outlined in the 6 core principles. By providing direction and intention to the county's day-to-day operations, this revised strategic direction ensures that we will uphold our mission to serve every resident every day. For each core principle, we have identified a vision of the ideal state we seek to achieve and the objectives that are the strategic areas of investment necessary to advance toward our vision, and the values which are the core beliefs that guide our work.
The budget presented today aligns with core principles of efficient, responsible, and fiscally sustainable government operations. The vision is to practice strong fiscal stewardship that follows a clear and sustainable strategy to ensure long-term economic health and stability of the county. This can be achieved by maintaining the county's prudent financial management as evidenced from its AAA bond ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's, promoting efficiencies such as investments in electronic vehicles to help drive down operating costs, investing in staff that reflects the community and reduces employee turnover to promote succession planning and maintain institutional knowledge, and assisting community partners through various grant programs in order to grow a sustainable network of local service providers. Transparency requires us to provide information about county operations and finances that is easily understood by the public. Budget briefs have been developed and posted on the county's website for each of the 35 agencies. In addition to a detailed review and comparison of revenues, expenditures, and FTEs, the document provides highlights from the agency's strategic business plan, a description of any new initiative, and details each program. Transparency will also be accomplished in 2025 as the county continues the process for updating its website to centralize all agency services and programs in order to better serve its residents. This will be supported with additional of 2 new digital communication positions in the data center that will assist with implementing best practices and providing support for agencies in developing their content. Responsible stewardship requires that we use taxpayer funds efficiently and effectively, while sustainability involves managing finances in a way that ensures necessary services receive funding while maintaining the county's long-term financial health. In addition to the review of the various budget requests, OMB analysts monitor adherence to budget and performance targets throughout the year. Furthermore, by developing and updating annually its long-term financial forecasts, the county is able to identify future revenue and expenditure trends in the long term in order to avoid adverse decisions in the short term that would impact community services.
There are 9 agencies that fall within efficient, responsible, and fiscal sustainable governmental operations, totaling $676 million, or 30% of the all funds budget. The 11% from the previous budget in the increase is primarily related to the $50 million increase from public facilities management within the Permanent Improvement Fund. Resources have been set aside from the previous few years to support these projects, with $14 million for the remainder of the plumbing renovation at the downtown office tower, $12 million to begin the construction of the Early Learning Center on the site of the former downtown jail, and $12 million for the build-out of additional space at the Board of Elections. The largest of these agencies is the Board of Commissioners at $298 million. Just over 2%, or $7 million, supports the operations of the commissioners, county administration, OMB, and public affairs. The remaining $291 million supports the budget of various reserves, pledge funds, and debt service. The budget also includes $40 million within the Affordable and Emergency Housing Fund that is being transferred over from Economic Development and Planning for the 2025 budget. For other agencies within this core principle, the changes between the 2024 approved budget and the 2025 recommended budget are related to, for the auditor's office, the variance between is primarily attributed to additional staffing within the real estate assessment fund, along with real estate fees and IT software subscription costs in the general fund. Similarly, the variance in the data center is primarily attributed to additional staffing as well as costs associated with IT consultants and Microsoft licenses. Within general services, the variance is primarily attributed to an increase in grants within the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, increases in professional services, and postage to support the operations of the purchasing department. The addition of staffing within fleet management to support our mobile offices. The variance within human resources is primarily attributed to employee health and wellness expenditures resulting from an increase in enrollment that is anticipated. For the law library, the variance is primarily attributed to a decrease in publications and subscriptions. And the variance in the recorder's office is primarily attributed to non-bargaining increases in salaries and associated fringe benefits approved during 2024. Within the treasurer's office, the variance is primarily attributed to increases in IT costs in the general fund, grants in the delinquent tax and assessment fund, and postage services within the tax lien fund. I conclude this message with a fitting quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. While fiscal challenges appear on the horizon, the 2025 recommended budget, along with the dedication of our employees, we will be able to meet these challenges by following the visions and actions of the Board of Commissioners as outlined by our core principles. This will allow us to maintain the county's strong financial position. At the same time, we will continue to provide innovative programming to enable all residents to share in the progress and growth of our community. Budget hearings have been scheduled to provide additional details regarding the other core principles. On November the 19th, the core principles of supportive health and human services and community safety and security and effective justice will be discussed. And on November 26th, the budget hearings will focus on the remaining principles of racial equity, good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement, job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. County administration looks forward to working with the Board of Commissioners as it deliberates and takes action to finalize this budget. Thank you very much for your time and attention, Board, and thank you to the residents of Franklin County. I'll now turn things over to our Budget Director, Zach Taylor.
I would ask the commissioners if they have any questions or comments.
I'm sure, I think my colleagues are online here, but since I'm here in the room, I'll start. First of all, let me just acknowledge and thank the administration for, Director Taylor, are you doing a presentation or did you just go take questions? Okay. I don't want to get too into it, but I want to just thank the administration for presenting this budget in a timely manner, in a fashion that is, on the surface, reflective of our core values and some of the challenges that are ahead of us. I don't take it lightly, the work that goes into this presentation. I don't take it lightly, the work that goes into managing these resources and our budget. It's a lot. And so I know how much work that your team puts in, Director Taleric and Administrator Wilson. I know how hard they work to ensure that we are spending according to the priorities of the county, and appreciate that. So that being said, while I know we're going to have an opportunity to dig in on some of the departments, I do have a couple of sort of surface level questions. For those who are not in this room, you should see the administration looking at me. They're all giving me these eyes. If their eyes had lasers on them, I'd be cut in half. But anyways, a little budget humor there. A couple of things. One, I think it is prudent for us. This isn't a question, statement. I think it is prudent for us to underscore the need to update our core values as we go through the budget process. In my opinion, having it updated first would be idea, but we're kind of just getting to needing to reconcile a few things, and so I just would emphasize the urgency for us to update our core values. They're generally the same, but we want to just do some massaging there on maybe order of priorities. The second thing I wanted to focus on maybe was this federal, the investment earnings reductions that you're projecting. Over the last month or so, maybe 2 months, I lose track, there have been 2 Fed funds cut, one for 50 basis points and the other one for 25 basis point. I believe there was an announcement just the other day that they expect another cut in December. What is that beeping? Is that my phone? I believe they are looking to make a what is that? That's this. I believe they're going to make another cut. Is that correct? They're projecting? I think there was somebody saying mid-December.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah,
yes.
And it's probably going to be similar to the last cut, probably at 25 basis points. So it's 100 basis points in reduction into our investment portfolio in a few months. What does that mean in real numbers in terms of our investment portfolio? Because it could be more, and there could be more cuts in 2025 based on kind of things in the economy. So what does that mean in real numbers?
In terms of real numbers, we're expecting about a $10 million reduction in investment earnings from this year to next based on those rate cuts. So we have worked with the Treasurer's Office and the county's investment advisor, and over the last year, they have been trying to buy securities out in longer term to lock in those rates so that there'll be less of an impact, an immediate impact from those rate reductions. So the core portfolio, the average rate of return is expected to be around 3%. Where we'll see that impact is on the liquid portfolio for the kind of immediate cash on hand, which, Star Ohio is earning over 5% recently. That's something that is definitely going to see that 100 basis point cut almost immediately. And so as we're looking to put the budget together, we look primarily at looking at only that core portfolio in terms of the budget estimate. Again, knowing that with further rate cuts, the revenue that would be received from the liquid portfolio would be less.
And does the $10 million assume there are no further cuts from the feds for next year?
They would still be contemplated in that in terms of, so the rate of return is, so because of some of the investment decisions made in the last year, they've been able to lock in rates at that higher rate. So as some of the older securities that are earning less than 1 or 2% are falling off, that even with some additional rate cuts, they still would potentially be earning even more than they are currently, just because they were purchased at the height of the pandemic when rates were near zero.
And I think that's helpful. And then, and why I say that, why I'm zeroed in on that, because those will be rather immediate impacts, because those numbers, when that money goes away, it just goes away,
And just on that point, a few years ago, just at the height of the pandemic, our investment earnings were only $10 million annually. So again, when rates get to that very low level, that does have that impact, and it has changed just in a few years to go up to 50 million. But then, that now going back lower another 10 million just in 1 year. Like I said, that is something that's contemplated in the forecast as well.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword. When the feds cut the rates, that means generally lower rates in the market for other things, like if you're buying a home or buying a car or something. But it affects us on the other side where we're investing, and so those lower rates have a lower return. And we feel that. And I appreciate you talking about the longer securities so that we can balance out the portfolio to absorb the volatility in what we don't know to be the cuts. I mean, because that would be the prudent action. And so and I wouldn't doubt that's what we're doing. I just think the public should hear that kind of thing. So the only other question that I wanted to add, and I apologize for coming in late because and so it was hard to keep up then. You guys were flying through it. That's driving me crazy. I don't know what that is. This is my iPad. I don't know, yeah, but all right. And I wrote it down. I can't find it here. That's that later. I can get that later. I think that's it. That's all I read.
All right. Do we have any other questions from commissioners on the screen, clerk?
I don't see any.
Okay.
I guess if there are no other comments or questions, then that will conclude today's presentation.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
That will not conclude our presentation.
Yes,
Commissioner Carl, I was wondering where you was at. I was like, I know Commissioner Carl and Commissioner Reddy gonna say something. I was like, just say it happened. So I knew it. I was gonna stop and say it. So.
So I just have one quick question, might lead to another. The all funds budget is 1.9 billion.
2.2 billion.
It's still, okay, 2.2. Where did I get the 1.9?
1.9 is the revenue.
Oh, it's revenue. I'm sorry, I came on late. All right. Well, that answers it, then thank you.
Now, if there are no other comments or questions, then that will conclude today's presentation. As mentioned by our county administrator, the next budget hearings are scheduled for Tuesday, November 19th on Zoom, starting at 1 o'clock, with presentations related to the core principles of supportive health and human services and community safety, security, and effective justice. With that, thank you for attending today's 2025 budget hearing.
Recording stopped.
Supportive Health and Human Services. I will turn it over to our County Administrator to begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, commissioners and residents of Franklin County. I'm Kenneth Wilson, County Administrator, and today you will hear of the story on how we are working every day to make Franklin County a place where every resident has the opportunity to live a healthy and productive life regardless of their background or circumstances. The 2025 recommended budget aligns with our strategic direction by investing in those areas that will allow us to advance toward our vision for this core principle. As seen in the presentations that follow, this budget and our agencies embrace the values of access, efficiency, and equity. We will begin today's session hearing from Deputy County Administrators Joy Bivens and Chris Long on the One Door Initiative and mobile offices that allow us to meet residents where they are. Michelle Lindenblum and Vivian Turner from Job and Family Services will discuss the service delivery challenges due to the demands for Medicaid and SNAP benefits. After that, we will hear from Patrick Gamble, our Early Learning Policy Administrator, and Bart Logan, Assistant Director of Communications at Job and Family Services, on the development of our early learning strategy before concluding with an overview of the agencies that fall primarily under this core principle of supportive health and human services.
Franklin County One Door is an initiative that unites the county's health and human service agencies to provide residents with access to multiple services in one location. It aims to support individuals and their families by improving well-being and economic mobility through a comprehensive and resident-centered approach. One Door was established to streamline the process for residents who need services from multiple agencies, reducing the need for multiple calls, meetings, and paperwork. This initiative unifies the Office on Aging, Child Support Enforcement Agency, Job and Family Services, and Justice Policy and Programs, making it easier for residents and staff. Bringing these agencies together has created opportunities for better communication and resource sharing. Efficiencies gained through One Door include a shared electronic needs assessment tool, a unified contract system, common goals and outcomes, coordinated public policies, and a centralized physical location where all agencies operate together. The One Door Initiative optimizes access to services, ensuring that individuals and families receive the necessary support to overcome challenges and achieve long-term financial stability. It reduces duplication of efforts, streamlines service delivery, and fosters a holistic approach to addressing residents in need. From 2022 to 2024, One Door has assessed agency operations, conducted research, and gathered feedback to shape its strategy. Work groups comprising agency staff have reviewed the best practices, recommended systems, and tools for a unified approach. These efforts have led to the development of a software system, triage tools, and improved customer service.
For ease of access by residents, an existing meeting room close to the county's main entrance on the lobby level of the Michael J. Dorian Building, 369 South High Street, was selected to be converted and renovated for use as a one-door location in the downtown complex. Public Facilities Management was responsible for managing the planning, design, and renovation phases of the One Door project in collaboration with the county's Health and Human Services agencies. The new One Door location offers significant natural light that creates a welcoming and comfortable atmosphere, includes a curved teller station with 6 stations to assist residents, including 1 ADA station, and design features that support efficient queuing, provides workstations to be staffed by various agencies, and includes conference rooms and storage areas. Additionally, Public Facility Management's paint, carpentry, and security electronics teams completed various elements of the project. The Franklin County Data Center provided necessary cabling for network connectivity in the space. This priority project was completed in 2024 in about 5 months, with a total cost of approximately $196,000. Ease of access is also supported by our mobile offices, 2 RVs and 1 Sprinter van. Transportation can be a barrier for residents to access benefits and services. The RVs are 38-foot-long vehicles, which are maintained and supported by the 4 mobile office driver positions and other staff within fleet management, and provide the opportunity to bring services to the community and meet residents where they are located. In doing so, we can align all resources on the mobile units to help reduce transportation barriers and increase the agency's accessibility to residents across the county. Following the ribbon cutting in July, 44 events have been attended. It is expected that 3,000 residents will be served by the mobile unit within Job and Family Services Department of Strategic Initiatives. These services support the following goals in the Rise Together Blueprint. Goal number 8, improving maternal and child health among high disparity groups struggling financially. Goal number 10, improve overall environmental conditions in neighborhoods of concentrated poverty so that they are safe, walkable, and have easy access to basic resources, including access to nutritious foods. And goal number 12, increasing the number of children in safe and stable home environments. We are making great strides to provide seamless and accessible services to residents throughout the county. However, these advances are not without their challenges. Today, we are joined by the Department of Job and Family Services to share with us some of those challenges and how they are working every day to develop and implement solutions.
Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services touches the lives of more than a quarter of our residents. That includes over 9,300 residents receiving cash assistance through Ohio Works First, over 21,000 children receiving publicly funded childcare, more than 175,000 residents receiving food assistance through SNAP, and over 405 residents and families who have health care through Medicaid. For perspective, Franklin County's Medicaid caseload alone is larger than the population of all but 6 of the Buckeye State's 88 counties, and our SNAP caseload by itself eclipses the entire population of our neighboring counties, all but Delaware and Licking. JFS may be the largest agency under the Board of Commissioners, but for every 1 case manager on our staff, we have 1,000 residents who receive public assistance, and we get anywhere between 11,000 and 20,000 calls from them each week. Last week, it was north of 16,000. While we strive to ensure all residents are able to access our services, we understand that it can be a challenging and too often frustrating experience. Quite simply, our state phone system, County Shared Services, was not designed to handle volume of calls that large, diverse counties like ours receive. We know that some residents wait on hold for more than an hour to complete an interview, only for the system to drop their call shortly after they connect with an agent. We've got the logs that confirm it's the system disconnecting in most cases, not residents, and certainly not our staff hanging up. But we understand residents, frankly, don't care whose fault it is for dropped calls or long wait times. And they're right, it's unacceptable. And over the past year, we have put renewed focus on recruiting and retention to help address these challenges. Through September, we made 127 new hires and grew our staff from 556 to 631 full-time employees. That's more staff answering the phones, processing cases, and engaging with residents. And in April, we launched the first phase of our lobby reopening initiative, implementing changes in layout to link residents with the resources they need in a timely fashion. We also continue to push for enhancements to County Shared Services and worked with the state's vendor Deloitte to implement new features to improve the resident experience. In July, we became the first county in Ohio to play messages to direct residents waiting on hold for alternatives to apply for benefits or check on their case online. That same month, we became the first metro county to pilot the new automated outbound dialer for SNAP redetermination appointments. Since the launch, we have seen steady rise in the connection rate with residents from around 50% to nearly 60% last month. And we're saving time on the back end since we no longer have to manually create an assigned daily call list to staff. If the resident misses our call, the system leaves a voicemail and attempts to call back 2 additional times. These changes are making a difference. The Department of Administrative Services recently commended us for improving our call answer time from an average of over 61 minutes in October of 2023 to an average of 22 minutes in October of this year. And we are looking to build off this progress in 2025. That starts with staffing. And the recommended budget includes $2 million for the hiring of 20 case managers and 15 customer service assistants. Additionally, we are exploring bringing on a consultant with private sector call experience to help re-engineer our processes and improve efficiency. We also remain committed to meeting residents where they are, whether through the Board of Commissioners mobile units or by leveraging our 19 satellite locations across the county, from our major hospital systems and Columbus State to nonprofits serving our new American neighbors like Community Refugee Immigration Services and Bhutanese Community of Central Ohio. And at the same time, we're being asked by the state to do more. In October, the state effectively increased the income eligibility threshold for SNAP from 130% of the federal poverty level to 200%. While this is a welcome development to help reduce food insecurity for working families, there has been no additional funding provided to mitigate the increased workload. We've seen SNAP enrollment jump by 5,000 since October 1st, and forecast we could add as many as 40,000 newly eligible residents to our rolls over the next year. The additional staff in this budget will also address the impact of this new guidance. We've also had to make some difficult decisions, including allocating more of our temporary assistance for needy family dollars to offset the loss of federal emergency rental assistance dollars. While this is a necessary response to the needs of our community, the more TANF dollars we allocate for emergency assistance, the fewer funds that are available for our community contracts. Despite that, we will still be providing over $42.9 million in funding for a full array of cradle to career programming in 2025. That includes nearly $10.2 million to support a variety of early childhood initiatives and help advance the Board of Commissioners' long-term strategy for early learning in our community. As we strive to embody our county's motto, every resident, every day, we must prioritize those most vulnerable, our children. Children have no say in their start to life, and factors like their zip code shape their opportunities, dictating where they learn, their access to care, the relationships they build, and even how they play. Yet disparities in access to education and resources create profound inequities that follow them throughout their life. And over the past year, we have made remarkable progress in addressing these disparities, and a substantial portion of the early learning investments support Franklin County RISE initiative.
Franklin County RISE continues to serve as a cornerstone of our early learning strategy. As you know, this program was launched in 2022 with an initial $23 million investment of ARPA funds. This was a direct response to the pandemic strain on an already overburdened early learning system. This initiative places equity at its core, offering grants and incentives that increase childcare affordability and improve quality, all while adapting each year based on stakeholder feedback and outcome data. In 2024, Franklin County RISE continued its trajectory of success. We received national recognition, including a 2024 NACO Achievement Award, as well as being highlighted in the New Schools ARPA Equity Assessment for impactful investments. These accolades underscore our commitment to equity and innovation in early learning. RISE has awarded over 2,000 scholarships, with more than 650 this year alone. We administered over $3.26 million in incentives to 237 childcare programs to help navigate changes to Ohio's Step Up to Quality system, ensuring more providers achieve higher ratings under the new bronze, silver, and gold framework, and improve access for families. Additionally, our Emergency Rental Assistance Fund has helped stabilize 143 early learning teachers, reflecting Franklin County's commitment to a workforce that continues to be overworked and underpaid. Looking ahead, approximately $18 million in ARPA funds remain earmarked for RISE through 2026. For 2025, we're introducing a sliding scale to extend the reach of our scholarships, implementing an innovation fund for incentives for providers, and extending an additional incentive to our educators pursuing their Child Development Associate or CDA credential or associate's degree. We're also partnering with Idlewood and Company to conduct research with parents and providers, ensuring our strategies remain informed by diverse perspectives. As we move forward, our North Star remains clear: ensuring every child in Franklin County has the access to high-quality early learning experiences they need to thrive.
Our bold vision is taking shape with the planned Franklin County Early Learning Center. By transforming the decommissioned downtown jail site into a state-of-the-art childcare facility, we send a clear message: every child deserves the opportunity to thrive. This center will feature 28 classrooms serving over 400 children and integrating health, family support, and drop-in care services for families conducting business at the government complex. Leveraging county resources, we will provide nutritious meals, mental health services, and other supports that redefine how people view government's role in their lives. Earlier this year, we selected DLZ Construction and BBCO, a minority women-owned architecture firm, as our partners for this multi-year project. CK Construction Group Incorporated, a local firm, was also brought on this project for a construction manager at risk, partnering with 3C Industries, a local minority business enterprise construction management consulting firm. To ensure equity and opportunity, we've set a 20% small and emerging business enterprise aspirational goal for this project. Additionally, we'll be using LCP Tracker to monitor workforce development efforts, continuing our commitment to transparency and inclusivity, as we've seen in other recent county legacy projects. We've conducted listening sessions to articulate the county's goals for this project, and we're now in the advanced programming phase, where we're defining the facility's key components, including classrooms, administrative spaces, and public-facing services like our health clinic, the library, and a food pantry. While public facilities management will be the lead agency in managing this initiative, such projects involve significant collaboration with efforts from various county agencies, including the Purchasing Department, Prosecutor's Office, Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and Office of Management and Budget. In 2025, we will lay the groundwork for the transformative project as we look forward to planning demolition for the vacant downtown jail, continuing the design process, and developing a project schedule and budget commencing construction, procurement, and outreach efforts. RISE and the Early Learning Center are integral to our broader strategy for addressing affordability, access, and equity in early learning. Ohio ranks last nationally for access to subsidized childcare, with initial eligibility capped at just 145% of the federal poverty level, far below the national average of 250%. These barriers disproportionately impact Black and Brown families, low-income households, and those children needing specialized care. Recognizing the childcare business model as fundamentally broken, Franklin County is taking the lead with a forward-looking approach. Early learning investments offer returns as high as $13 for every dollar spent and are vital to closing persistent achievement gaps. However, federal fixes remain uncertain, and state efforts often sacrifice quality for access. To address these challenges, we have convened a steering committee with representatives from more than half a dozen different county agencies, as well as our colleagues at the City of Columbus, to help define what our vision and our North Star is. We're looking at what other counties have done, both here in Ohio, like Cuyahoga, Hamilton, and Montgomery, and across the country, like Multnomah County, Oregon, Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, and Montgomery County, Maryland. Using data from recent countywide surveys, we've aimed to stabilize providers and create a vision where access to affordable and quality early learning is a birthright by 2050. Franklin County is leading the way in creating an equitable, sustainable early learning ecosystem. By investing in our youngest residents, we are not just addressing today's challenges, but laying the foundation for a stronger, more prosperous community.
There are 9 agencies that fall primarily within supportive health and human services, totaling $956 million or more than 40% of all the funds budgeted. Compared to the previous budget that was approved last December, these agencies will see a 3% increase. Just over 1/4 of the total is allocated to the 4 one-door agencies. Of the remaining 5 agencies, 3 are supported by property tax levies approved by the voters and 2 by the county's general fund. The 2025 recommended budget includes $254 million for the 4 one-door agencies, an increase of 7% from the prior year. The largest increase for the Office on Aging, which is attributed to the increase in board and care for residents enrolled in senior options, along with the timing of pay increases now that case managers have organized into a bargaining unit. Also seeing an increase is Child Support Enforcement Agency, resulting from a decreased vacancy credit to accommodate higher staffing levels, as well as increases in cost allocation expenses in contracted services such as those provided by the courts and law enforcement. On the other hand, Job and Family Services and the Office of Justice Policy and Program will see decreases. As mentioned earlier, the loss of federal emergency rental assistance dollars and reductions in other pandemic assistance have impacted the budget for Job and Family Services more than offsetting the additional frontline staff included in the 2025 recommended budget. While the decreases for the Office of Justice Policy and Program is primarily attributed to the timing of the grant receipts.
The 2025 recommended budget includes just under $702 million for the 5 other agencies that provide supportive health and human services. The largest of these agencies is the Franklin County Board of Developmental Disabilities, which will also see the largest increase. This is primarily driven by board and care expenses, as the agency is experiencing an increase in the complexity of services and in the number served overall, the loss of enhanced federal Medicaid match, and the rate increases for direct support professionals. Children's Services is expected to see an increase attributed to placement costs and additional investments in prevention services. While the number of kids in custody has decreased, the per diem placement costs have increased significantly. The 2025 recommended budget also provides $1 million for enhanced operational security, including the addition of 2 IT security analysts to protect the privacy of children and their families, increased scheduling for off-duty police and security personnel, the reconfiguration of existing office spaces, and the placement of trained clinicians to de-escalate potential mental health or behavioral issues when youth are on site. The budget for Veteran Service Commission is also higher than the prior year due to an increase in grant funding for immediate financial assistance for food and transportation. Based on current trends, it is estimated that 5,200 veterans will be provided food assistance from VSC in 2025, an increase of almost 11% over the number served in 2023. The recommended budget also includes the addition of 2 positions, a veterans benefit specialist and fiscal specialist, to meet the increase in demand. A decrease in expenditures is expected for the Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health, or ADMH Board. This is primarily related to the construction and furnishing of the Crisis Care Center. Each year, individuals in our community experience 30,000 crisis episodes. With a planned opening in 2025, the center will provide a complete crisis care continuum for adults that will offer a no wrong door philosophy to ensure that anyone who arrives at the facility receives or gets connected to services. A decrease is also expected for community partnerships, primarily attributed to a reduction in grants as the support from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund authorized by the American Rescue Plan Act winds down. This funding has been used to make various investments in the community, such as support to St. Vincent Family Center for renovations that house their children's residential treatment program, and Comp Drug that allowed for expansion of their outpatient treatment admissions and addition of a new partial hospitalization program at their location in the Milo Grogan community.
While the challenge of fighting poverty may seem daunting, I remind you to breathe, let go, and remind yourself that this very moment is the only one you know you have for sure. With these words from Oprah Winfrey and the Rise Together blueprint for reducing poverty to guide our decisions, I am confident we can reduce the degree to which someone's race, gender, religion, zip code, or parents' income determines their chance at the American dream. The 2025 recommended budget supports the creation of a streamlined model of wraparound services, direct outreach to meet residents where they are, and the modernization of county policies and practices. We will continue to be guided by our core principles and beliefs, ensuring all residents are able to reach county services, linking residents with the resources they need in a timely fashion, and counteracting disparities by enhancing services. This concludes today's presentation on supportive health and human services, and we will be glad to answer any questions of the board. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyce, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thanks. Let me just thank the administration once again for your work in delving into the needs of Central Ohio, particularly our residents of the county. Administrator Wilson, I guess I'll direct this at you or one of the other DCAs. You mentioned a number of really important and to our residents budgets, particularly in JFS, aging, and some others, since that's the focus today, of increases. We've had conversations about the various levies that Central Ohioans have faced over the last several years and the projected levies that are looming. What are we doing to analyze the cost of living impact as we think about projecting even beyond the 2025 budget in our expenses? Are we embedded in this budget? Is there a study of the cost of living impact on the projected increases, or not just increases, but moreover the levies that have come into play? Those are increases, and other levies that are projected to be sought after. Have we started the process? Is that in the budget?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, President Boyce, Commissioner Crawley, Commissioner O'Grady. Yes, currently the Office of Management and Budget is doing their due diligence and looking to secure the services of a consultant to do a cost of living analysis. Because as you noted, one of the economic competitive advantages for Franklin County has been affordability and cost of living. But with the number of levies and other inflationary factors, if we're not careful, that competitive advantage could go away. Additionally, on the cost side, we are facing significant challenges regarding caring for our senior population at the level that we feel like is needed. So also we will be contracting with and working with a consultant to create the equivalent of a blueprint as it relates to prioritizing, determining the needs of our seniors in Franklin County.
Thank you for their response. And I think that's so important, even though a cost of living study would project out for our decision and planning, it's so important that we have that in mind as we make the choices and decisions in this year's budget. And so I think that's good. And
keeping in mind to the residents maybe watching, I mean, we're very mindful of the idea that many of these levies, while the resources are generally targeted at those who are in most need, the taxes also impact those who are most in need. And so sometimes it can be a double-edged sword. And so we want to be thoughtful about how we seek those levies, take them very seriously, and be sensitive to the other edge of the sword, which is not just the spending, but how it's collected, how the funds are collected. And so I'm grateful for that. If I could, and I don't want to hog up the time, no, Brady and Crawley are on as well, so I definitely don't want to be hogging up the time. So either of you just turn on your mics if you want to stop me and join in with your question. I completely don't mind, but if no one's asking, I do have some more questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Who's that speaking?
Maria Madison.
Are you a member of the public, or are you a member of an agency?
Just the public.
Kid, how are you doing questions from the public? How are you doing that?
No. Maybe I heard you wrong. I got the email to go ahead. Someone else is speaking.
We're gonna allow for a public comment period or questions after the commissioners present any questions that they have.
So, ma'am, what he's saying is let me and my colleagues ask a few questions, and then we'll open it up for the public to ask questions. So just hang tight for a second, okay?
Yes, county administration has discussed it, and has it our intention to allow for questions and public comments at the end of these hearings after the commissioners ask their questions.
Okay. Well, I got just a couple more. Then Ken, I think in our schedule to meet, so I'll save some of them because they're a little deeper dive. On the question regarding JFS and the call center, and I'm kind of repeating the question because the public listening, I just want to help place where we are. We talked about the call center. I mean, I get lots of calls every year about people can't get through and the hangups and different things. So I'm glad we have focused on that and are improving where we are. And I'm grateful for our staff and administration for doing that. But the technology today suggests that app-based programming, app-based resources are available or kind of the typical resource there. Are we looking into any of that technology to kind of extend, or are we still sort of bound to the state call system that we're in now?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Yes, we are attached to the state phone system. However, being the largest metro, we have a say, and so we have been very vocal in how things need to change. So they are looking into other things, and we're also looking into perhaps getting a consultant, but we have to go by what the state mandates. But we are offering suggestions for how it could be more streamlined for our residents, because the state phone system is designed for all 88 counties. So we are making tweaks to Franklin's queuing system and other technology solutions, but everything we do has to be approved by the state of Ohio and the Department of Administrative Services.
Okay. Let me just let my colleagues, I got other questions, but I don't want to hog all the time. My colleagues may have some questions.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm pivoting. So if Commissioner Boyce, if your questions are still in line with what you were already asking, I can hold mine off.
No, ma'am. You can. We can go back and forth. I don't want to hog all the time, so we just go back and forth. I'll just come back. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so anyone who can answer this question from administration. I know you talked about the Adam H and their budget, and it decreased just a little bit, but I want to know, what are we doing holistically to address mental health and addiction countywide, outside of the crisis center, that's for acute care for people who are in crisis. I know the family stabilization unit at one point in time was delving into mental health. I see our veterans budget is only increasing by $800,000. So talk to me about what resources are we going to be focusing on in 2025? Commissioner Boyce has a talk this week coming up on mental health. Mental health, like we see through the pandemic and coming out, where people are really suffering and it's impacting quality of life, right? So talk to me about what are we doing? How are we going to address it in our budget process, in our agencies?
County Administrator, do you mind if I take the first stab at this one?
Yes, because we recently met on this, so yeah, take it.
Just,
DC again.
okay, just recently, I'm gonna take it from this perspective, County Administrator, and then you can pick it up. Thank you, Commissioner Crawley. Thank you, Commissioners O'Grady and Commissioner Boyce. Commissioner, we have been meeting with Erica Clark-Jones at Adam H. And our goal right now is trying to establish how we operationalize mental health so that it is not an afterthought. So beyond referring residents and our staff to Credible Minds and some of our mental health supportive offerings that we have here at the county, we're working with them to create a package that we're calling Care Connections, where all staff will be trained in mental health first aid, as well as diversity, equity, inclusion, in addition to trauma-informed care. And we're going to not just train staff, but we're also going to have an opportunity to engage and receive some of the services if we deem it is necessary through those offerings as well. One of the things that we said we wanted to do was, as we are interfacing with the public, we wanted to be equipped when things arrive so that we can de-escalate. But notwithstanding, we understand that our staff goes through many of the same things the public goes through. So that's why we're going to start pushing more on Incredible Minds, which is the app, in addition to some of the offerings that our human resources agencies offers to the staff.
Okay. I just want us to be, and thank you for that update. I didn't know you all were working on that, but I want us to be just really intentional. Dealing with mental health and addiction can't just be one agency, right? It shows up in a lot of different places, impacts our residents who come through Job and Family Services, coming through Child Support, Office on Aging, especially for our aging residents. Like the overdose and overdose deaths are increasing with our aging residents, right? And it looks different. Addiction and mental health looks different for our aging residents, where they find themselves maybe mixing prescription drugs with alcohol. So you see with our aging residents, those types of issues where overdose looks different than maybe someone younger. And I just really, to your point about it being an afterthought, I don't want it to be an afterthought. It is something that we have to aggressively address and be intentional, and especially with our Office on Aging. And I know that budget has increased a little bit. I don't want us to leave that just to one agency, because we see that happening.
Commissioner Crawley.
Yes.
I want to, Kenneth Wilson, County Administrator, Commissioner Crawley, President Boyce, Commissioner O'Grady. I want to expand upon this question and say that we also are looking at finding partners in the community that can help us deal with the mental health challenges of our male population. With coming out of the Soul Talks and coming in the Men's Summit that's coming up, we don't want to just identify the problems. We want to be able to have resources available and clinical professionals available to work with our men in the community, because there's stigmas and those things. As you know, mental health has been underemphasized, underutilized, particularly within the African American male community. So we're working in conversations with partners that are in this space. Additionally, as you know, adolescent behavioral health is a key issue that you all have continued to invest in through Nationwide Children's Hospital. Their anti-suicide prevention programming, particularly targeting helping our youth, because there's so many factors that are causing depression and the bullying and all of those things in our community. So that's a partnership. And then lastly, and regarding the Office on Aging, we've had a number of contracts addressing issues like social isolation and bringing those other services together. So appreciate the question. It's definitely right up there at the top of our radar as county administration.
No, I appreciate that, because I was going to say, as much as we want and we're trying to help our residents age in place, isolation is a real thing. And so we need to be mindful of that. Also, the Bhutanese, Nepali, the Asian community, suicide rate is increasing as well. And so when we think about those who, where stigma is real, Black male suicide continues to increase. Our veterans suicide rate continues to increase. You have 22 veterans committing suicide every day nationally on average. And then when you think about the disparities or the racial disparities within that, Black suicide continues to increase. And so I just want us to be intentional about addressing mental health in all aspects, in all of our agencies, and with all population. And then one more question, and then I'll turn it to my colleagues and I'll hold off for my other questions, is housing. And I appreciate that, we are doing a cost of living study, and, we absolutely need to see how people are being impacted. We know that there are neighbors in our community who feel like we have a tale of two cities, where some are progressing and, moving forward, and others are feeling left behind. But we know that we have a housing crisis. And so where are we with, we address housing and affordable housing in a couple of different areas, whether it's through community partnerships or through general fund or through economic development and planning. And I know EDP wasn't on here today, so maybe it is next week or some other time we'll talk about EDP. But what is our plan to be intentional about addressing housing moving forward? I didn't really hear that in our Health and Human Services overview.
That is going to be covered under our conversation around economic development, jobs, and affordable housing. But I will touch upon it now, Commissioner Crawley, because it's of the utmost importance to us all. So this budget moves the affordable housing and emergency shelter funding under the county administration, and we're going to continue. We're going to identify affordable housing projects, and we're going to be very intentional about how we can increase the number of affordable units that we had initially set out to do going back to 2018. And also in this budget, we have funding available where we intend to work with a national consultant that has worked with organizations like the National Association of Counties, and we need a comprehensive housing plan for Franklin County. And that is something that we intend to do in this next calendar year. Also, we have a budgeted position that is meant to be dedicated to this work in carrying out and implementing a comprehensive strategy for housing here in Franklin County. But the housing issue is so complex that it is going to take a regional approach. All the entities within the county are going to have to be aligned in working towards finding solutions, because our issues around the number of unhoused and individuals in emergency shelter is a component of this, as well as the underproduction of housing in general within Franklin County.
Okay, I'll hold off, since we'll cover this in another agency. I'll hold off my questions until then. So be prepared. I'm gonna drill down into this very specifically, but when we think about social determinants of health, again, this isn't just one strategy for one agency, right? Housing affects health. I would think that it would be outside of PRC or emergency rent and utility assistance. It would have been touched upon a little bit here, but I'll just hold off on housing until we have the agency overview.
Yeah. Commissioner Crawley, can I build on something though? Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add, I'm really glad that Commissioner Crawley raised the issue of affordable housing, and Administrator Wilson, I'm glad that you gave the response you did. However, I think to Commissioner Crawley's point about the deeper dive and discussion, I really would like to have a deeper conversation, particularly with the commissioners involved, so that we can better align. I think Commissioner Crawley stated it well as a determinant of health, and really sort of engage in the deeper conversation, because quite frankly, one of the things I'm concerned about as we dig into this, and I hope you'll jot this down as well, is at the end of the day, counties don't control land use, generally speaking. We do outside of Columbus to an extent through Planning Commission, but that's going to limit the conversation around density, around area planning, and so forth. And so whatever we do in housing, we're going to have a very thoughtful, a very strategic, and a very creative discussion around what our best investment is. Additionally, housing is expensive. And I want to be thoughtful, again, to Commissioner Crawley's point. I want to be thoughtful about, in my earlier point, I want to be thoughtful about when we apply the costs to everybody, and that is, essentially the definition of regressive taxation. And I want to be, while I'm sensitive to the housing conversation, I think we haven't developed the model yet to find our place. NACO, I chaired the committee. NACO did a year-long study where we analyzed the role of the county nationally. And I think there is some data in that material that we should inform our direction with, because Franklin County was a county that was analyzed in terms of our authority, our financial capacity, and kind of how to apply housing. So I think I'm really saying all that to agree spot on with Commissioner Crawley that it's a priority. But I just add that I think this is a very, very complex conversation, because it's also something that we are not ordained to provide. And so we don't have a deep history rather, of it. And that's why, the land bank was created. That's why, there are other partners that we invest with, like the name says my mind, but some of those agencies.
Affordable Housing Trust.
No, that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking of the one that Maud used to be with. Who was the one that Maud Hill was with? Homeport, yeah.
Homeport.
Agencies like, there's other agencies like Homeport that we partner with, invest in, because that's the work they do. They focus on affordable housing, and they're able to manage properties with the economies of scale that is going to be difficult for the county to do. So, and they're nonprofits where they're set up to kind of just absorb and get to the basic cost. So I'm saying that to say, I think this is, I know you said there was a position in the budget, but I think that's somewhat cart before the horse, because we really haven't had the deeper dive discussion to kind of analyze where we want to go with this as a county. If it is our core, if we're going to make it a part of our core mission, and as Commissioner Crawley stated, it's part of our such terms of health that we are prioritizing, then okay. But I think we just haven't had that broader conversation to figure out how those funds play out, and how the costs play out. And I think we need, in this budget conversation, a much more robust understanding of our financial position outside of 2025 so that we know what we're really talking about in terms of capacity?
Yes, because housing is, President Boyce, Commissioner Crowley, Commissioner O'Grady, housing is one of the planks of the Rise Together Poverty Blueprint because it's so linked to the social determinants of health. And we know that you got to look at housing in a very holistic way. Also, we will be looking at in the hearings before we're done, the county's commitment to housing for individuals that are displaced due to involvement with the criminal justice system, which is a huge issue for us here in Franklin County. But through our Office of Justice Policy and Programs, that's a component of housing as well. And the home program, which most people are aware of, that's Community Development Block Grant HUD funded. That's another component of the housing in the housing space. But we realize that it is not just one size fit all. You make a key point, Commissioner Boyce, is the zoning and land use. With density not being properly applied, it makes it that much harder for home builders to find places to create the mass that's necessary if the capital and investment is there. But we can't do this without our nonprofit partners, as you noted. That's really the place where the county can be strategic and help incentivize projects through the LITAC program, for example, which is a lot of the projects that we are able to participate in. But we're not, before we close this year out, we have some contracts and hope to get some more affordable units approved and out the door.
Yeah, I just begin to Commissioner Crowley's point. I just wanted, I think we need an opportunity to take the deeper dive. I know we've got to get this budget cycle, and am I on mute? Oh no, I know we got to get through this budget cycle, and so I won't belabor that. But I agree wholeheartedly with her that it really deserves a conversation in itself, and even in the budget and what's in there, I'm a little skeptical of the dedicated position, but we can talk about that. I'm open to kind of where we're headed for this year.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Crowley. You made such a good point. I want to jump in there. I want to lose that. I'll go ahead. Refer back to you.
The housing conversation is, we could spend the rest of this afternoon's session on the housing conversation alone.
Right.
I'm reluctant to jump in and expand the conversation simply because there are too many points to be made, and it would take up the rest of the time if I each time each of you made a point, I wanted to jump in, and I thought I'm not going to do that because I'm going to expand the conversation beyond probably where our budget director, Mr. Telerik, wants us to go. We probably could have and should have an internal conversation simply on housing, because we didn't even discuss new housing starts, which is a whole other piece of the conversation. And we didn't discuss the mayor's plan for the regional conversations that he's been having as well. And there's a lot more here. I want to just go backwards then and talk about a whole other topic that we haven't discussed yet. And I just want to quickly bring up one little thing, and then we can move on. And it has nothing to do with housing. So I wanted to bring up the mobile units, if I could. I'm very pleased about the mobile units. One, I wanted to know how many do we have, and what is the strategic plan for the disbursement, the implementation, the disbursement, or the use of the mobile units, because it's great that we have them, but if we don't have a plan for getting them out into the community and using them, then they are just a nice, expensive, beautiful tool. We got to get them out there, and we've got to have a plan, a strategic plan for their use. So if somebody, I mean, Joy, I'm sure that you can do it, but if Michelle or Vivian or Bart needs to jump in as well, that'd be great. So if somebody can tell me what the strategic plan is, I'd love to hear it.
So in 2025, I'm going to jump in. I think this is going to be.
How many do we have? How many do we have?
We have 2 large mobile units, and we have 1 sprinter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So in 2025, we are going to deploy a concept that we are coining case managing neighborhoods, where we leverage data down to the zip code to understand what is the greatest need in that zip code, so we can be very intentional about addressing systemic barriers. So if we go into a zip code and it is identified that that zip code has tremendous food insecurity, we know that we need to beef up on those professionals who can address that systemic need in addition to workforce. So when you ask, what is the plan? Those mobile units, Commissioner, if I am not mistaken, they are out pretty regularly right now. We have standing appointments at our shelters. We have standing appointments at our far south side, where, as you know, there is a food desert in addition to transportation barriers based on that zip code, and that's one of our highest impoverished zip codes. So we can get you the calendar, how often they are out, but please know that the plan for 2025 is to be intentional about case managing neighborhoods, utilizing data to ensure that we deploy what is the highest need into that zip code. And then when we identify families who need to be followed in those zip codes based on numbers and traffic, that will establish how often we are going out. We are also partnering with a partnership with Columbus Metropolitan Housing Authority, as well as the NAACP, that they have coined Level Up, where we are going out into their living communities for those folks who have vouchers, where we're going to be having standing appointments there as well. And I believe that was launched last week.
That's good. I get text messages from folks with photos when people see them out in the neighborhood, so I know they're out there. I just wanted to know what the strategic plan was for it.
And we will make sure you get the report, Commissioner, because when we're going out, there's a monthly report that we're keeping track of how many folks we service, what was the highest need that was addressed, and those types of things. Again, it's aggregate data, but we do have a report that that's established on a monthly basis. Am I right, Chief Turner and Director Linda Boom and Bart? Yep.
Great. Mostly it's just people messing with me, telling me they see my ugly mug out there on the street, but it's good to know that they're out there, but I'm glad to know there's a strategic plan for it, because
they're overbooked. They have a lot of events.
They're fantastic. I love the plan.
For what it's worth, Commissioner Grady, I've only heard people say positive things about your face.
Well, they all tell me how pretty you are, Commissioner. Well, I love the conversation on housing. Would love to continue it further. Maybe I know we suggested an administrative session on the community shelter board. Maybe we can consider an administrative session on housing as well at some point. Would love to have a larger conversation on housing. Because we had, just a few minutes here this afternoon, and but I just felt I would have loved to continue it. I just felt like we were hijacking Zach's budget hearing. I would have been if not you guys weren't, but I would have been had I jumped in. So
you all are totally able to hijack anything you want to related to the passage of this budget. So I got time, commissioners. I got time. This housing conversation is so critical And we have a lot of work to be done, and that's very
Well,
true, because we have to move on from the magnet fund and determine, what the new policy is that we look at going forward on those type of projects. So we have a lot of work to be done. On the 26th, we will have we'll be prepared for a robust discussion.
Well,
Uh,
as Commissioner Boyce said, when he did all the work that he did with his NACO colleagues on the studies that they did nationally. When I was the chair of the large urban county caucus, housing was a major conversation that we all had with the largest counties in the country. And as I continue to say, both with our colleagues across the state and across the country, affordable housing is a problem that we all have, whether we're large counties or small counties, red counties or blue counties. Affordable housing is not a problem, in any one place, in any region of the country. It's not a Republican problem or a Democratic problem. It is all of our problem. And, we're struggling with it here in Franklin County, but everybody's struggling with it. And it's, I mean, our Republican colleagues across the country bring it up all the time in little counties. And this is a big deal. And so, I mean, I know that, it seems like it's just our issue, but, if the folks in Washington don't get their arms around it, and the folks at the State House don't get their arms around it, how are we expected to get our arms around it? And so,
Such a great point.
we are working on it day in and day out here. It's been frustrating. I know that we talk about it all the time. We're going to continue to talk about it. We're going to continue to work on it. But we are, we're not in this alone. But we're all working on it, and we're going to keep working on it. The mayor's out there talking to our colleagues. I gave the mayor cell phone numbers for our Republican colleagues in our surrounding counties. He's been on the phone with them. He's going out and sitting down and having breakfast and lunch with them and talking to them all. I hear back from them that he's out there talking to them. Basically talking to them about getting those surrounding counties involved from a funding standpoint, because they need to be able to come to the table as well. And he's been getting a good response. They've been giving me a good response, letting me know that they're all in as well. So hopefully we can all join hands, stack hands, and try to get something done here.
Commissioner Grady, Administrator Wilson, Commissioner Crowley, I just want to add a couple of things. I mean, this is it's a timely and deep conversation. And I have heard the mayor's presentation, by the way. I was with him at the partnership retreat, and he talked about it. But I also just want to, and there's food for thought, because I really just think that we haven't come up with the sort of right strategy nationally yet, because you think about Franklin County alone, our property taxes, which directly impact the cost of housing in Central Ohio, went up anywhere from 30 to 60% in some places in the last valuation cycle. We've had a variety of levies that have lost count, quite honestly, and including a sales tax increase. And so all of those have direct implications on the cost of housing. And I'm only saying that to say that I think we haven't figured out what the answer is yet. This is going back to my work as the chair of the Housing Commission for the NACO. I feel like it hasn't existed out there, because new taxes, more taxes are not the answer, because the same people that we're trying to help provide housing to end up paying the cost, and that's doesn't make it more affordable. And so, Administrator Wilson, one of the things I want us to be thoughtful about is the strategic use of our money towards housing. We're all in agreement that it's a core value and something that we need to do, but it's what we are able to do and how we're able to do it. And I just want to throw in supporting the housing reduction costs, and we learned this from our work in the commission, come from infrastructure investment, come from supportive services, the things that we are supposed to provide to our residents. Those all directly can reduce cost. And so I want us to be really, really thoughtful and really strategic. And when we say, let's go build some, I think that's not the answer because of the cost. And so we have to think about that at a partnership level with the private sector, with other government entities. So I think the conversation will come together. Everybody seems to understand the complexity, but I'm not going to let up on this cost of living piece because I think it's serious. When you at the retreat, one of the things they identified was they did a regional review and did an index of all of the comparison places of Columbus around the country, and Columbus was probably number one in cost of living, but it also showed that it was eroding very fast. And if we lose that, we're going to lose that something unique and special about Central Ohio that I think is going to cost us. So, anyways, I throw it out there because I think Crawley and O'Grady and Wilson, I think we're all in DCA Bivens. Everybody's keen on it, but it really deserves that deeper huddle. I like the administrative session thought suggestion by Commissioner O'Grady, by the way.
And so, Commissioner Boyce, just to support what you and Commissioner O'Grady are discussing, when we pull together the entire team of folks who administer or process those emergency housing applications, we had a convening with all of them. I simply asked them a very simple question. Why are so many people applying? What are you seeing? And what their response was, people do not make enough to substantiate the cost of living. So they're looking at the applications from the perspective of what's coming in, what's coming out, and what is sustainable. And from their, purview, they're saying the cost of living and folks not being able to afford. Second thing really quick is, as we're going into 2025, trying to deploy this concept of case managing neighborhoods, there's this correlation of aligning systems where you look at a housing unit and you look at how many affordable early learning centers, quality early learning centers are in that neighborhood, how many clinics, what are the nonprofits that are involved. So we're trying to figure out how do we develop this schematic to support where folks are actually living so that there's no burden and there's easy access to those supportive services that they need. It is a work in project right now. It's a concept, but we are going to try to tease that through in 2025.
Well, we got smart people, smart commissioners and other elected. So I think Central Ohio can lead the way. So it's a good discussion.
Thanks, commissioners. I know we do have one other presentation on the core principle of.
Hey, Zach, I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. This is a quick question, I think. You mentioned that Adam H. was decreasing their expenditures, and you said it was primarily related to the construction of the new facility, the crisis care center. How is that center going to open, but their budget's going to decrease? I presume there'll be new budgetary requirements there, but that's not the case. Is the expectation that it's going to streamline services and that's going to reduce the costs? And so how's that work?
No, they do have some cost, Commissioner, on that, but the amount of one-time construction costs that occurred in 2024 more than offset that increase in terms of the operating costs for the crisis care center.
Okay, so I get it. Okay, I think that should be okay. All right. Then there's one more. Okay, you answered it. I think you were answering. Somebody answered it. I wrote a note down. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
I apologize for cutting you off, Commissioner.
No, no worries, no worries. No, it's all right.
Budget Director, Taleric, our clerk's office, I think if we have, individuals that would like to make a comment or public testimony, let's try to, take care of that right now before we go to, community safety and security and effective justice.
Thank you, Administrator. This is Michael Ruhrman, Deputy Clerk to the Board of Commissioners. At this time, anyone online who wishes to make a public comment on this hearing, go ahead and raise your hand in the Zoom chat, and then we'll review the rules for public comment before proceeding. You'll be asked to unmute your phones or devices, and then we'll have a comment period. Seeing and hearing none, I'll go ahead and turn things back over to Director Taleric.
Thank you. So that will conclude today's presentation on the core principle of supportive health and human services. We will next hear the presentation on the core principle of community safety, security, and effective justice. However, we will need a couple of minutes to get everything set up, so we can have maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then we can begin that presentation. Next session will be a presentation on the core principle of community safety, security, and effective justice. I will turn it over to County Administrator to begin today's presentation.
Good afternoon again, commissioners and residents of Franklin County. I am County Administrator Ken Wilson, and today you will hear part of the story on how we are working every day to make Franklin County a place where every resident feels safe, protected, and supported by a justice system that is fair and is invested in good outcomes for the community. The 2025 recommended budget aligns with our strategic direction by investing in those areas that allow us to advance our vision for this core principle. As seen in the presentations to follow, this budget and our agencies embrace the values of respect, fairness, and trust. We will begin today's session hearing from Rochelle Pride, Director for the Office of Justice Policy and Programs. We will discuss the investments in effective diversion programs and successful reentry programs, followed by initiatives related to helping victims of domestic violence. After that, Jeff Young, Director of the Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, will discuss how we can keep our communities safe through our systems of warning sirens, mass notification, and regional communications. We will then conclude with an overview of the agencies that fall primarily under the core principle of community safety, security, and effective justice.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Administration, and Team Franklin County. Alternatives to the traditional criminal justice system provide better outcomes, including reduced recidivism, connections to community services and supports, as well as reduced costs associated with incarceration. I want to emphasize that uplifting one of us uplifts all of us. And with your continued support, our newest diversion initiative is designed to do just that. The Tappan Center provides an alternative solution for individuals facing nonviolent misdemeanor warrants and legal services. The initiative seeks to reduce the burden on the criminal justice system, addressing underlying issues including missed court dates, fines, and other barriers that perpetuate cycles of involvement with the legal system. By addressing nonviolent misdemeanor warrants in a holistic and supportive way, the initiative is an innovative example of smart justice. Using alternative, community-based solutions to reduce impacts of minor legal infractions on individuals, this aligns with the goal of reducing incarceration rates while connecting individuals to the resources they need to reintegrate into society. The Tappan Center is a collaborative effort between the Franklin County Office of Justice Policy and Programs, multiple City of Columbus departments, the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, the Columbus Metropolitan Library, and numerous community partners. This cooperation provides the services necessary to address the multifaceted needs of individuals involved in the justice system. The warrant set-aside service is provided, allowing individuals to resolve legal issues while mitigating the likelihood of arrest. In addition to legal services, the Tappan Center partners with the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, help individuals address issues related to their driver's licenses, including reinstating suspended licenses or resolving outstanding fines, fees that may be hindering their ability to drive legally. Finally, the initiative connects individuals to health and human services provided by the county, helping address broader social determinants of justice involvement and their health. Since its soft launch in September and October of 2024, the Tappan Center has made significant strides. 35 residents have accessed services demonstrating early engagement with the model. 15 individuals have received warrant set-aside services, reducing the legal burden of those individuals and their families. And over 20 individuals have received assistance from the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles to resolve issues related to driving records and their licenses. Many have benefited from supportive services provided by the county's Health and Human Services agencies, helping stabilize their lives and reduce the likelihood of recidivism. In the future, the Tappan Center will be hosted monthly at various Columbus metropolitan libraries, providing a convenient location for individuals to access services they need. Residents can schedule appointments through the dedicated Tap-In hotline at 614-525-4488, ensuring they can receive support without fear of being arrested for nonviolent offenses. Our goal is to add record sealing and expungement services for 2025. Now I would like to highlight our intentional efforts to provide nationally recognized reentry services to our Franklin County residents. The Bridge Respite Housing Program, which is one of 6 specialized housing initiatives embedded within OJPP, and the Rapid Resource Centers play crucial roles in supporting individuals transitioning from carceral settings back into the community, particularly during a period of heightened vulnerability to overdose and relapse. These programs aim to mitigate these risks and provide necessary support for successful reentry into society. Rapid Resource Center staff use motivational interviewing techniques, as well as their own lived experiences, to engage individuals and offer immediate assistance. This support ranges from offering basic items like access to a computer and phone usage to comprehensive services, including treatment referrals and peer support linkages. For individuals indicating homelessness upon release, the Bridge program provides respite housing, case management, and transition planning. This helps ensure that individuals have the stability needed to begin rebuilding their lives. In response to the heightened risk of overdose during the post-release period, individuals screened as at risk are released with harm reduction information and a Noxalone kit. For the programming year ending September 30th, 2024, 9,767 individuals visited the Rapid Resource Centers, indicating significant utilization of services provided. 2,994 individuals received transportation assistance, 1,351 Narcan kits were distributed, a vital step in preventing opioid overdoses, and 144 individuals were connected to treatment services, facilitating their path toward recovery and rehabilitation. And 154 individuals who reported homelessness at the time of booking were provided with safe housing and comprehensive support, including case management and transition planning. A priority for the upcoming year will be enhancing efforts to engage individuals before their release from carceral settings, providing proactive support and planning in advance of their reentry. A major development will be the full launch of the new Rapid Resource Center at the James A. Carnes Correctional Center, broadening the reach of these essential services by focusing on these areas. The Rapid Resource Center and the Bridge program continue to address critical gaps in services for those at high risk of overdose and relapse upon release and provide the support necessary for individuals to reintegrate into society successfully and safely. Our discussion of community safety would not be complete without addressing how we are supporting victims through some of the most difficult times in their lives. In 2024, Franklin County celebrated substantial progress in ensuring justice and safety for vulnerable community members. Through a collaborative multi-agency approach, we successfully completed a 3-year U.S. Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women grant. This initiative focused on improving the response to domestic violence crimes via the Blueprint for Safety, interagency response to domestic violence model. The Blueprint model recognizes the best outcomes for victims and families stem from a cohesive system that aligns the efforts of 911 dispatch, law enforcement, prosecutors, the courts, and victim advocates. By adopting a shared domestic violence policy, Franklin County agencies improved their coordination, focusing on areas such as cross-agency communication, risk assessment, evidence collection, and training. A core aspect of this approach is ensuring justice even when victims cannot participate in the process, which is crucial for their safety. Since 2021, the interagency team has met monthly to develop strategies addressing system gaps, creating information sharing protocols, and purchasing necessary equipment to support these collaborative efforts. This initiative also included establishing firearm surrender protocols, implementing risk assessments, standardized bond requests, for high-risk cases, and facilitating specialized training for law enforcement and advocacy teams. This coordinated approach has already produced significant results. Temporary protection orders for felony domestic violence cases increased from 19 in 2022 to 147 in 2023, with 80 more filed in the first half of 2024. The Strangulation Team Operations for Prosecution, known as STOP, training program, attended by 25 law enforcement officers, led to 107 felony investigations since June 2024, with an additional 25 officers preparing to undergo this critical training. The 2025 recommended budget includes an investment of nearly $500,000 to support the new Batterers Intervention Program. This initiative is a partnership between the Columbus Office of Violence Prevention and the Franklin County Municipal Court, designed to address the underlying causes of intimate partner domestic violence and promote long-term behavioral change. The program provides comprehensive assessments to evaluate the risk and needs of participants, tailoring treatment plans that include group sessions, individualized supervision, and community-based interventions. Key components of the program focus on accountability, education on healthy relationship dynamics, and strategies for conflict resolution. Enhancements in the Batterers Intervention Program aim to eliminate barriers to participation, such as financial burdens, employment conflicts, and childcare responsibilities. Participants benefit from free programming, flexible scheduling, and expanded group offerings, creating an inclusive environment for success. The program also emphasizes aftercare and supportive services, ensuring individuals have the resources needed to sustain positive changes. Through these efforts, the Batterers Intervention Program strives to empower individuals to break the cycle of violence and build healthier relationships. By offering structured support and evidence-based practices, the program also aims to reduce recidivism and foster safer communities. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Director Jeff Young from Franklin County Emergency Management and Homeland Security to discuss advances and how we communicate with residents during emergencies and notify them of safety concerns. Thank you.
Franklin County Emergency Management and Homeland Security continues to serve every resident in Franklin County and remains dedicated to supporting each of our 43 jurisdictions. The agency focuses on several key areas ranging from disaster planning, grants, exercises and training, as well as resource management. This year, I'd like to address two additional programs that impact every resident, visitor, and guest, not only in Franklin County, but the larger Central Ohio region. These impactful programs are the Alerting and Warning Program, as well as 911 regional communications. Traditionally, I believe it is accurate to say that residents and communities in Franklin County recognize and trust the countywide tornado siren system. This system, with its 198 sirens, is the largest in the state of Ohio and is one of the largest amongst peer national metropolitan areas. Despite being such a large system, it is managed and maintained to ensure it is more than 99% fully functional every hour, 365 days of the year, even as severe weather events continue to become more frequent and impactful. To attain this high level of readiness, we will work with local jurisdictions to begin a multi-year process of replacing 20% of our oldest sirens. These older model sirens have been out of manufacturer production for several decades, but through a proactive maintenance program, we have continued to ensure that they provide reliable service to our community. Unfortunately, we have now reached a point where the stock of repair parts has begun to be depleted, making it necessary to implement a planned replacement program. To undertake these replacements, we've been working with each local jurisdiction as the actual owner of the siren to inform them of the need for replacement and to ensure the necessary funding is included within their local capital budget. While the siren system is a trusted resource that Franklin County residents can easily identify as a valuable alerting method, many are unaware that the county has a mass notification system available to all Franklin County jurisdictions and residents. For more than a decade, FCEM&HS has managed the mass notification system utilized by multiple jurisdictions for their internal staff notifications, and this system serves as the backbone for our Alert Franklin County program, which distributes weather watches and warnings to the public, as well as some specific public safety notifications, such as the Ohio State University's Buckeye Alerts. An interesting aspect to the Alert Franklin County program is the changing expectations of Franklin County residents and their growing desire for reliable and trusted information. To keep evolving, we are actively working with Franklin County jurisdictions to improve how we collectively inform residents about critical non-weather related incidents and empower the public with protective information and any necessary actions they can or should undertake. To continue this system as a trusted resource for Franklin County, we will proceed with a scheduled contract renewal in 2025. Upon renewal of the mass notification contract, FCEM&HS will work with jurisdictions to further develop public safety incident notification templates and increase promotion of the system's alerting and warning products available to public safety agencies and how their residents can receive alerts. The final step in this upcoming process is to enhance the proficiency of message senders and emergency communication centers, ensuring they have the tools and knowledge on how best to keep the public informed. In addition to the alerting and warning program, the 911 Regional Communications Program also impacts residents, visitors, and guests in the county and region. In many cases, the incidents causing a need for an alert or warning are managed by the 911 telecommunications staff, who can be considered the first responders to any public safety response. With the adoption of the 2024 version of the Franklin County 911 plan, the existing 911 services received and managed by 19 public safety answering points will see a variety of changes in 2025. The Sheriff's Office Communications Center will be redeveloped as part of a relocation, and the City of Columbus will continue their planning for the public safety complex, which will include new communications and 911 technology. These projects are significant investments by local government as we proceed with enabling the Franklin County 911 system to be able to utilize more specific and more precise 911 call locating data instead of the traditional fixed location-based 911 routing and the previous method of master street address guides that have a variety of challenges. The goal for 2025 is for the 3 911 hubs or node agencies within the Franklin County 911 system to be prepared to implement next generation 911, which will result in an increase in the accuracy and efficiency of processing 911 calls for all jurisdictions, allowing for the quick dispatch of the correct public safety resource, regardless of the caller's location within Franklin County. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss these advancements in our emergency notifications and the 911 system as part of the county's greater vision of a thriving and safe community.
There are 13 agencies that fall primarily under community safety, security, and effective justice. Compared to the previous budget that was approved last December, these agencies will see a 6% increase. All of the increase in just over half of the 2025 recommended budget in this core principle was included within the sheriff's budget. With an all funds budget of $243 million, included in this budget is $27 million for the provision of complete health services and electronic health record system for inmate care, which is an increase of $4 million from last year, as well as nearly $2 million for the purchase of a new dispatch site. The 2025 recommended budget also includes the addition of 22 positions within the sheriff's office to support the review process of body-worn camera footage, to provide additional security in the courtrooms, and administrative staffing support, including within the Office of Recruitment, Diversity, and Inclusion. The 2025 recommended budget includes funding for 5 different courts, along with the clerk of courts and the municipal court clerk, totaling $140 million. This is a decrease of 1% from the previous budget, which is primarily related to a decrease in the clerk of courts for IT expenditures in 2024 that will not be required in 2025. The budget for the remaining entities will remain relatively flat, with any year-over-year growth primarily attributed to the impact of 2024 non-bargaining increases. In the case of the Common Pleas Court General Division, the increase in staffing costs are offset by the expenditures in 2024 related to the completion of the project to replace the audiovisual equipment in 30 courtrooms. The recommended budget includes the addition of an electronic monitoring supervisor related to the transition from a radio frequency house arrest program to a global positioning system known as GPS program. The process of placing individuals on GPS differs greatly from house arrest, and it requires more comprehensive information gathering. The recommended budget for the domestic court also includes the addition of 1 deputy court administrator to improve operational efficiency, creating an advanced strategic plans, and focus on staff development while improving the services provided to Franklin County residents. This position will provide direct supervision to the Juvenile Intervention Center, Youth Education and Intervention Services, and Juvenile Community Enrichment Services. 5 other agencies outside of the court support community safety, security, and effective justice. The recommended budget for these entities totals just under $76 million, which is a 2% increase from the prior year. Similar to the courts, any year-over-year growth is primarily attributed to the impact of 2024 non-bargaining increases. For the prosecuting attorney's office, the budget includes the addition of a victim witness assistant to help with the growing caseloads and assist with temporary protection orders connected with criminal cases in the county. The variance in the public defender's office is attributable to a decrease in the vacancy rate as more positions within the agency are expected to be filled in 2025. The budget for emergency management and homeland security is significantly impacted by the allocation of federal funds. The state Homeland Security Program will no longer be issuing regional awards, but have moved to a project-based award methodology. As a result, no funds are included in the budget, leading to the decrease from 2024. Edmund Burke reminds us that whenever a separation is made between liberty and justice, neither, in my opinion, is safe. The 2025 recommended budget seeks to ensure this union through investments in the justice system that creates opportunities for engagement and trust, implement strategies to deter crime and violence, and help victims navigate and connect with support resources. We will continue to be guided by our core beliefs, recognize the inherent worth of all individuals, ensuring equitable treatment, free from bias, reinforcement the county's commitment to the public's best interests. This concludes today's presentation on community safety and security and effective justice. We would be happy to answer any questions that you may have, commissioners. Thank you.
I was gonna let the other commissioners go since I started off first last time. Okay, if they're not gonna go, I'll jump in there. One again, thank you to administration, to Director Pride, and to all of the folks who were part of putting together this presentation and plan. I'm actually looking for my other question here. Yeah, to all the folks, Jeff, others who are doing it. One thing, Administrator Wilson, that I didn't see, and I have to say, when you guys go through the long presentation, and it's not extra long, but you read through it, and sometimes I'm trying to keep up. I might see something that you say, and then I zero in on that, then I'm behind. And so it's kind of a constant chase to stay up on what you're saying. So I might have missed this. And so it wasn't that I wasn't paying attention. It's just that I got zeroed in on one or two things, and then I got behind, and then I was reading to keep up. And so just kind of, I got out of whack there. It's hard to kind of understand this expenditure when you went through the list of how we're allocating the budget, or at least what we recommended, not fully understanding the cost of the new jail facility and the programmatic aspect. How is that? What does that look like? And how does that play into some of this prevention of recidivism and some of this other work that's so critical to our safety environment?
President Boyce, Commissioner Crowley, Commissioner O'Grady. The ongoing cost of the implementation of the James A. Kearns Correctional Facility has been built into the budget on a continuous basis. Therefore, that's why you don't see a fluctuation. One of the key places, and Budget Director can come in and give some specifics, is overtime. The overtime costs, as we look at the transition, for example, they've moved our intake from the Jackson Pike to the James A. Kearns Correctional Facility, and in doing so, it has increased overtime. We have allotted for at over 400 FTEs. That was the number that had been identified by the sheriff's office as the number of deputies that they needed to meet the current demand as they transition individuals into the new facility.
Thank you, County Administrator Wilson. And thank you, Commissioner Boyce, for your question. As it relates to the aspect of prevention and programming, we are continuing to work very closely with the Sheriff's Office Social Service team, who has went through recently some leadership changes, but the continuity of what we're working to effectuate with them for programming is still present. We are still offering our jail-based programs as it relates to everything from medicated assisted treatment to our Pathways to Recovery program for both the men and women. We are also working to continue to do more of the pre-release planning. So versus waiting until, of course, a resident is walking out of the door, as much in-reach and communication that we can have with residents prior to their release, of course, shows in the data the greater chance for their success and reduces their recidivism. So those efforts have continued to be streamlined with the Sheriff's Office. One thing that also was not noted in our earlier budget, as DCA Bivens stated, was the recent acceptance and approval of the $1.6 million that we've incurred from the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Grant, which will support our jail population review clinical team. As we launched our jail population review, that is something that's also embedded for our residents who are frequent utilizers of our system, but most importantly are impacted by severe pervasive mental health. When we relaunched the jail population review, we understood that the mental health of the residents that are cycling through was the key and top priority. And so we've continued to also work with the social services team to address that, and understood that we needed specialized clinical teams and those who are trained to support that area as well. So programming is moving forward fluidly as we continue the transition from one facility over to the other.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, going back to one of the observations and comments that you had made a couple of years back of really strengthening that relationship with partners like Adam H. to make sure that there are critical components, and you helped bring that together some time ago, and that continues to be one of the many partners, as Director Pride had indicated and Administrator Wilson, of making sure that we're maximizing the resources and leadership in the community to affect the outcomes of the residents that come through that facility.
One of the things President Boyce, Commissioner Crowley, Commissioner O'Grady, that I highlighted is included in this recommended budget is $27 million for the provision of complete health services for the inmates, and that includes you all approved the ability to increase our emphasis on medically assisted treatment to complement our Rapid Resource Center, for example. And we are providing the dollars so that individuals that are in our facility will have the acute care medications that they need. So that's where the growth that is in the agreement with the vendor that we're working with, and that is that. And we also have for the provision of a electronic health record system, and that will improve the quality of inmate care with the intention to ensure that fewer medications are missed and that things are received in a timely fashion within our facility. And that's $4 million in growth versus last year.
Okay.
If I may ask a follow-up question, and I'm sorry, I was in a whole coughing spell because I was going to jump in first before Commissioner Boyce, but I think this was a perfect setup for my question, because as I was talking about mental health and with the last group, and now you mentioned the opioid settlement dollars that we got out into the community based off of the allocation, the appropriation that came directly to the county. We know that the regional board has not been approved for any grants or any applications that have gone up to the One Ohio Foundation board. Is that correct? We've got a lot of applications.
Yeah, so actually, Commissioner Boyce, the board has completed review of those applications that came into Region 1 and determining where and what partners would benefit from those dollars. So that review process has been completed to this date.
That's Commissioner Crawley, by the way. She looks far
Crawley.
better than me. So just so you know.
Wait a minute.
Commissioner Crawley.
Commissioner Crawley is far better. Yeah, that's an insult to her. And I just wanted to correct you on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyce.
I'm a lot younger.
Sorry, Commissioner.
But no, so the applications that came through Region 1 have been approved already?
Yes, they have been scored, and it has been determined what entities will receive those dollars.
Okay, and have they been notified?
As of this date, they have not.
Okay.
Yes, I know that those communications are going out, but I do not believe at this date that all entities have been notified.
Okay, and so I just want to be mindful of that as we move forward, because I'm sure there'll be a second round. We'll continue to get money, but the need, especially for those who are dealing with addiction and homeless, who might have dual diagnosis or be undiagnosed, but we know are suffering from mental health or behavioral health challenge that ends up coming into our facilities. We need to just continue to, let me just say this. We did the long acting injectables. I know we continue to approve contracts for peer support service providers, which I think goes a long way because we don't have enough clinicians or practitioners. But I think as we move forward with our opioid dollars, or even if there is opportunities through community partnerships, through our health equity grants to support grassroots organizations, right? We have those larger organizations and agencies that are doing this work, but also there are others that have, a pulse on the community that may have applied before and didn't get funding. And I think, as we've talked about our grant making process being more equitable, so the smaller organizations can also have opportunity to partner with the board. I think that will be key because they make change, and it might not be on a large scale, but they might make change neighborhood by neighborhood, and so we need to be just intentional about our funding there.
Commissioner Crawley, if I could add to that point, actually, just over a year ago, the Office of Justice Policy and Program launched a pilot called Equity in Grants Making, specifically to target our grassroots organizations who otherwise don't typically have access or the administrative ability to manage the large-scale grants that are often passed through our office and or given to the larger organizations that you mentioned. And so would certainly be happy to share with you some of the data that we've been able to glean around those investments in our smaller grassroots agencies, and all the way down to even what is the makeup of their agency and race equity, demographic, and other programming that is targeted to the populations in which they serve, in an effort to make sure that we are being more equitable in those practices.
Thank you. My question is about the juvenile. So when I did my most recent tour of the JIC, one of the things that Judge Stroud brought up, and I know we're working on some things, but as it relates to recidivism and programming, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but what I took from that is like, there's not enough being done. Like there's a large focus on adults, absolutely, as we need to focus on adults. But there needs to be just as much a focus on our juveniles, and so they don't go into our adult facilities, right? And I jumped back on while you were already speaking. I think you had just got to the batter. So I don't know if you talked about some of the programming for recidivism, diversion, but what new programming, if any, are we doing for our juveniles?
So right now, our investments through our juvenile delinquency prevention grant funding incorporate new partners as well as existing partners who have had very strategic and impactful outcomes. As it relates to our work tangential to the juvenile court with Judge Stroud, we have been in constant meetings with her and her team to amplify first their landscape analysis of their needs, and then working to embed those programs with the support of community partners. She and I was just communicating with a group of us who had went to a convening, including the Urban League, around the WRTU program, which is the year-round prevention program for young people in our community, and bridging that gap over into the juvenile intervention center for more of the prevention aspect of it, not just the post-release. We've also been working very closely internally within our Health and Human Services with our Family Stabilization Unit to also support the efforts of the juvenile court and working to move more upstream to prevent, but also to intervene in the intercepts that our young people have made contact with the system. So there are a lot of moving parts around the work that we're doing with the juvenile court to enhance and to create programs where historically none have existed.
I appreciate that. I would say, I think this goes to also the previous presentation on why it matters to invest early in our early learners. We know what the data says, that they're less likely to be juveniles and engaged in criminal activity and engage in the criminal justice system. So proud of the work that we all are doing in the early learning space. But I think also I would like for some of those conversations to get lifted up to the commissioners, because we may have some ideas on, and not like we need to create necessarily another new program, but sometimes I learned today, or didn't learn today, but heard today a reference that makes sense that I heard early on in my career is like study your impact, right? And so be willing to pivot sometimes, even mid-program, if something isn't working, and be students of your work. And so, you know, we might have thoughts and ideas on, you know, something new, or as we're traveling with NACO or others, going to other counties to see what they're doing there, we might have some ideas. So as you're having those conversations, great. But I would like for those to percolate up, and then also, so then that opens the door for our ideas to percolate down.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
Yeah, I'll just build on that too. Thank you, Commissioner Crawley, for raising that in the manner you did. I couldn't agree with you more. Some of the conversations that we've been having with Judge Stroud is about this facility that the state is requiring us to build. And what I've said to them is very similar to what Commissioner Crawley was suggesting there, which is that we take the deeper dive to not just build the facility to the standards that the state of Ohio is requiring. For it's like a juvenile CBCF facility, but to really try to understand how it links into the broader system, where other existing resources can wrap around and support not just the juvenile that's in the facility, but the family, and connect all systems together. And so, you know, while we've got a deadline on that, we've been trying to meet. What I've challenged Judge Stroud to do and think about is the deeper dive. And I'm so grateful for Commissioner Crawley, and I know Grady has some interest there too. But I think, to Commissioner Crawley's point, you know, this is a real opportunity. This is an area where I think the commissioner should be a little more engaged in, because when we focus on that juvenile facility, there's going to be implications on other things. And we just it all needs to be a connected conversation. And so I just wanted to emphasize that, because, you know, that conversation is picking up on that facility too.
I appreciate that. And one thing, Director Pryor, if you want to respond to that, that would be great. But as you respond, what do you do? We have families. I met a woman before who's just like throwing her hands up, like, my child is a problem. I want him, you know, locked up. I don't know what else to do. I got other kids at home. Like, what do we do in those situations, right? Like, what do we do when you have a family who might have went to Children's Services for help and support, right, for prevention, and didn't get connected? We have a child who, or a youth who is engaging in behavior that could be of criminal nature or just a menace. What do we, to the community or to the family, like, what are the resources for families? And you know, we could talk about this offline. I think this makes sense for a conversation that we'll have in the future. But like, we can't just throw up our hands and say, you know, we'll let whatever happens. We can't shelter, you know, every child that is a problem for the family, but then also what resources are available for families. So, you know, this is near and dear. And there are a lot of families, there are a lot of parents who find themselves out of, you know, just ran out of resources and options.
Thank you so much for lifting that. I think one of the biggest things that we can do is really some things that were hit on earlier, which is making sure that we are meeting our young people and their families where they are upstream and finding out that root causation, and making sure that there's continuity in the services and resources that we give to our families. A lot of times, the families are throwing their hands up and they're frustrated because they don't even know where to turn or what's available to them. And we as system actors have the responsibility of aligning those resources and making them readily available, not at the intercept of the court system, because for many young people at that point it's too late, but very much upstream, and making sure that we're doing that. So a lot of the meetings that we've had with Judge Stroud, the community partners that have been included, their new department, FACES department that focuses on the community wraparound and family system engagement, has been to let's align our services and let's make it something that is more human-centric for the families to be able to gauge in, so that way they understand not just what's available to them, but how do we help them and walk alongside them to disrupt the patterns that they're seeing in their young people, because there's a root causation. No kid just wakes up one day and decides, this is how I'm going to behave, this is how I'm going to act out, this is what I'm going to do, to find myself in the justice system. There is a series of things that happened that shouldn't have, and some things that should have happened that didn't, that we have to do a better job of making sure that we're wrapping around that family to support and to intervene in. So those are a lot of our conversations. I think DCA Bivens can probably speak to the amount of meetings that we've had here recently as well, just with juvenile court partners, stakeholders, and most importantly, those community partners that the community trust to engage our young people and develop the relationships that will lead towards change.
Any additional questions from the commissioners?
If there are no other comments or questions, that will conclude today's presentation on the core principle of community safety, security, and effective justice. Before we end today's session, a reminder that you can view more information on the budget by going to our website at budget.franklincountyohio.gov. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Franklin County BOC, or visit our YouTube podcast feed by searching Franklin County Media. Our next budget hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, November 26th on Zoom, starting at 1 o'clock with presentations related to the core principles of racial equity, good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability and civic engagement, and job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. Thank you for attending today's 2025 budget hearing.
Recording stopped.
A part of the story on how we are working every day to make Franklin County a community where equity is the norm, not the exception, where all individuals, regardless of their racial or ethnic backgrounds, have equal opportunities and are treated with fairness, justice, and respect. The 2025 recommended budget aligns with our strategic direction by investing in those areas that will allow us to advance toward our goal for this core principle. As seen in the presentations to follow, you will see how this budget embraces these values. You will hear presentations on proactivity in our DEI initiatives from the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, responsibility through our vendor outreach from the purchasing department, and inclusion related to our equitable recruitment efforts from the Department of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Administration. Damika Withers, Chief Economic Equity and Inclusion Officer in the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. In ODEI, our key driver has been to proactively advance racial equity. We seek to embed equity principles within the organizational DNA of all Board of Commissioner agencies by way of policies approved by the Board of Commissioners and ongoing practices within each agency. This goal has been carried out in several ways. We have been working with our internal agencies to further embed equity within our practices, policies, and programs. A part of that effort has been working with the county agencies to develop their agency equity plans. In 2024, 100% of our Board of Commissioner agencies completed their agency equity plans. Some of the common themes in the plans included health and wellness of staff, recruitment and retention, technical training, addressing operational changes to reduce disparities, and access to resources and staff. In 2025, we will host monthly meetings for county agencies to attend to discuss progress of their agency equity plans. We will continue to partner with our Human Resources Department and find a workforce community partner for County Futures to assist in expanding our staff to represent the community we serve. We will also work with county partners to host a county-wide hiring event. We will continue with increasing our reach to Franklin County's New American community and working with Welcome Cities and Ohio History Connection to implement the emerging New American Community Team, or better known as ENACT. Central Ohio is home to more than 130,000 foreign-born residents, which is about a quarter of Ohio's foreign-born population. The program's goals include increasing participants' sense of belonging, fostering cultural exchange and awareness, advancing best practices for community engagement and outreach, and increasing participants' understanding of civic processes. ENACT will serve as a coordinated leadership development experience for residents from all across Central Ohio's international communities. ENACT seeks to directly incorporate Franklin County's public service and leadership infrastructure as systematic resources and development pathways for our immigrant and refugee community leaders. We continue to engage Board of Commissioners staff in the Racial Equity Council. Now on its fourth cohort, council members were able to participate in training that will be offered to Board of Commissioner employees next year and give feedback on what trainings they would like to see. They assisted in the development of the content of our DEI newsletter. They have spearheaded the push for many ODEI initiatives, trainings, webinars within their agencies, have attended the civil rights tours, as well as volunteered in several community events we have supported, such as the Pride March and Festival, the second annual DEI conference, the Soul Talks, and our March or Embark in 2 different community service projects, supporting efforts from county agencies and community partners alike to provide a myriad of service to our residents. Looking more towards ways to create a culture of inclusivity, in 2025, we are excited to launch employee resource groups. Here at Franklin County Board of Commissioners, we are committed to supporting employees' participation in this employee resource groups, which will provide valuable learning and development opportunities, promote an inclusive work environment, and contribute to employees' personal and professional growth. Employees will have the opportunity to connect and share distinct lived experiences while making meaningful contributions to the success of Franklin County and the well-being of the community. Since May 2024, we have offered mandatory training curriculum that includes implicit bias, cultural fluencies, and pronouns in inclusive language. The training provides necessary education to promote inclusive and safe work environments and assists in delivering high quality and efficient services to our diverse Franklin County residents. With this focus on personal and professional learning and development, this year we launched 2 new civil rights tours, one to the south to Mississippi and Tennessee, to explore how music inspired, mobilized, and gave voice to the civil rights movement, and one to New York to learn about the hidden and often erased history of the LGBTQ collective and how their work made way for many of the rights they enjoy today. These immersive experiences are designed to not only educate civil rights, but also to cultivate leadership skills through meaningful action and reflection. The impact of the tours has been life-changing for our staff to implement in their work in service to our Franklin County residents. Data was collected pre-trip to post-trip response trends of the LGBTQ History Tour of 2024. Across all questions of knowledge, awareness, and advocacy, the post-trip responses show a consistent shift with a significant percentage of respondents moving from agree or neutral to strongly agree. We have continued to offer education awareness through our twice per month Lunch and Learn and topics that include Suicide Awareness Month, Black Business Month, African American Music Appreciation, Second Chance Month, Refugee Week, Older Americans, and highlighting differences, impact, and continued awareness that needs to occur. There have been 9,433 total views in 2024. That is an increase of 558% from last year. We also hosted our second annual DEI conference in partnership with Welcome Cities and US Together. There were 239 attendees on the first day and close to 200 on the second. There were 30 community partner vendors and 77 organizations represented. We continue to promote racial equity in all areas of government. In collaboration with residents, community partners, and institutions, we were able to serve 63 community nonprofits whose goals and initiatives align with the Board of Commissioners to promote education, inclusivity, and belonging. Funding expands across various areas that are historically underrepresented, impacting youth, minority health, mental wellness, violence, arts, and sports. This included serving youth in various ways through aerospace, medical, and tech education. We highlighted Franklin County's Latino community, one of our largest growing communities in Central Ohio, through celebrating culture and partnering with Embassy 4 during Hispanic Heritage Month. In addition, we promoted inclusion, expanded perspective, and provided equitable experiences through our support and work with the Asian American Commerce Group and the Asian Festival, the Ghana Fest, and Stonewall Columbus Pride 365. With your continued support, we are looking forward to increasing our reach in 2025 and having a greater impact in our community. This work will involve strengthening ODEI's already productive partnership with the purchasing department, which will focus on targeted outreach as it relates to goods and services needed by county agencies in order to increase the utilization of small and emerging businesses.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Administration, and guests. My name is Megan Perry-Balanier. I serve as Director of Purchasing for Franklin County. I'm pleased to share with you the efforts that the purchasing team has undertaken this past year in support of our core principle of racial equity. Purchasing's work is not only guided by statutory authority, it's shaped by our values, which inform policy and actions. What distinguishes your purchasing policy commissioners from those of other local jurisdictions is how deeply it's infused with the county's commitment to inclusive opportunity, supplier diversity, and economic mobility. Our goals and intentions are straightforward. The purchasing team understands our responsibility in creating and safeguarding an equitable economic environment in which our local, small, and minority-owned businesses across Franklin County have a chance to thrive. To support this, we've attended over a dozen vendor outreach events this year with our partners in the Franklin County Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. The purchasing and ODEI teams collaborate on creative vendor outreach events where we can meet and shake hands with our local vendors and learn about their business offerings. Being out in the community, listening to vendors' needs, concerns, and feedback helps us evaluate our efforts in pursuit of greater economic equity. For example, we've met vendors through coffee and conversation meetings, MBE procurement fairs, Ohio Minority Business Panelist events, and the annual ODEI conference. Our team works to ensure that our local vendors get registered with the county and learn how to navigate partnership pathways through bid and non-bid opportunities. You will hear more later today from DEI on these efforts during the discussion of job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. Our office has taken intentional steps to ensure that our competitive bid opportunities are within reach of all vendors. We consistently review scopes of work and contract requirements through a lens of equity to ensure they do not contain unnecessary barriers for our local minority-owned vendors. We've expanded our advertising beyond county and state websites, and we continue to identify and partner with minority-owned media outlets to ensure these opportunities are easily accessible to vendors in underserved areas. In 2024, through successful collaboration with agency partners, the county has expanded the number of contracts awarded in various sectors. Awards for moving and cleaning services have increased by 275%, pest control by 133%, minor home repair services by 138%, and many of these were going to local and minority-owned vendors. Through November 8th of this year, small and emerging businesses have received over $47 million by providing goods and services to various agencies. That's an increase of 45% from last year. While we're proud of this achievement, we know we can do more, and we look forward to enhancing our outreach and engagement in the community. Before turning the presentation over to Human Resources, I'd like to end by thanking my procurement team, led by Tracy Matthew, Assistant Director, and Amy Wendling, Purchasing Supervisor, for their incredibly dedicated work. I'd like to thank Chief Withers and her team. I'm so grateful that we're able to partner with such a strong and committed Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion here at Franklin County. And I particularly want to thank you, Commissioners and County Administration, for the examples that you set and for your investment in our shared success moving into 2025.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Administration. I'm Laura Rapaski, Director of Human Resources. Our agency is committed to ensuring that our employees reflect the community that we serve. While our current workforce reflects the high level of diversity, that diversity is not yet consistent across job levels and agencies or inclusive of the wide variety of diversity dimensions present in our community. To ensure this commitment, we continue to update our recruitment, hiring, onboarding, and promotion practices, review and revise employment policies and programs to address the needs of a modern workforce and our commitment to racial equity, provide opportunities for access to culturally competent healthcare at affordable price points, create and maintain positive organizational cultures, and offer ongoing professional development and career advancement opportunities. Today, we focus on our 2024 efforts to expand and modernize our equitable recruitment efforts. Here to talk more about these efforts are our recruiters, Talisa Harrison and Elaine Bridges.
Our efforts resulted in our hiring 303 new employees across all agencies. Through preliminary data tracking and analysis with ODEI, we identified that our workforce includes employees from every zip code in the county. We achieved these results by expanding our recruiting partners to include iHeartMedia, local YMCAs, the Columbus Urban League, the Hispanic Chamber of Columbus, senior partners of Whitehall, and many more. We were present at numerous events across the county, including Coffee with Crawley, Coffee Careers and More with County Administrator Wilson, Expungement Day, Columbus Asian Festival, Columbus African Festival, and Stonewall Columbus, to name a few. We remain committed to our second chance employment efforts by working with the Ohio Reformatory for Women, Archery Entry, and our own Justice Policy and Programs team. Meeting with prospective applicants at community events allows us to see firsthand how our inclusive practices lift up our neighbors by providing them not only with employment opportunities, but also resources they may not have known are available to them. We benefit by learning, and understanding how an applicant's work and life experiences can equate to skills necessary to qualify for our employment opportunities. As a result, our candidate pool has expanded significantly, which translates to a talented workforce more reflective of the community we serve. Our recruitment is not without challenges. The local labor market remains highly competitive. As we hire new neighbors, particularly in entry-level positions, they experience familiar challenges and barriers to sustained employment. Transportation barriers may make it difficult to get to and from work at times that align with our work schedules. Caregiving responsibilities may pose challenges to employees entering or remaining in the workforce, and concerns around benefits cliff implications may discourage pursuit of opportunities. These are challenges we will continue to address in 2025. Next year, we plan to expand our recruiting efforts to veterans, strengthen our social media presence, and bridge the language barrier gap to tap into the skills and talents of our new American neighbors. We are also working to redesign our job postings to highlight why it is so great to work for Franklin County.
Elaine, you're muted. Elaine, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Your Rise Together Property Blueprint recognizes the crucial need for access to living wage employment for all residents. As a large employer, we set an example and take action that must be modeled to make this goal a reality. This includes ongoing adjustment of pay scales to reflect a living wage for employees in entry-level positions and competitive wages throughout the pay scale. In 2024, in cooperation with our union partners, we yet again implemented a new pay scale to increase our minimum wage to $18.50. But competitive wages are just the beginning of what employers must do to support a diverse workforce and create equitable and inclusive work environments. For example, again, in collaboration with our union partners on the Joint Benefits Committee, we continue to innovate the comprehensive benefits we offer to support a diverse population. In 2024, we eliminated copays on more preventative services and common medications, increased wellness incentives like gym reimbursement, added free financial coaching services, promoted accessibility through additional and on-site and virtual offerings, expanded our family forming benefits to include reimbursement for doula services, offered voluntary legal coverage, and prioritized low and no-cost mental and behavioral health services that were recognized by the Carolyn C. Madeline Award for Mental Health in the Workplace. Beyond our extensive benefit offerings, we issued a new employee handbook containing policies designed to address challenges identified by employees. For example, we recognize that new employees may experience health issues or caregiving responsibilities in their first months of employment, so we provided a bank of personal leave hours upon hire and earlier access to paid vacation leave. We also recognize that situations could arise for our new employees, including the birth or the adoption of a child or the death of a loved one, that could benefit from access to our leave donation program, and updated that program to include situations not previously covered. But we know that recruitment also naturally extends into retention of our workforce. In 2024, 98 existing employees were promoted within our agency, and we continue to offer a variety of professional development opportunities to help employees advance their careers with us. For example, we expanded our tuition reimbursement program and now cover certificate programs. We entered a preferred partner agreement with Franklin University to provide access to discounted tuition for degree programs. Other opportunities included a variety of training, coaching, and leadership development offerings, including a return of our Professional Growth Day.
We understand that we have work ahead of us. In 2025, we'll work to ensure that all employees feel welcomed, valued, and heard once they are hired, which will be accomplished with a robust onboarding program, sharing our performance expectations, and providing more on-the-job training. We will promote continuing professional development opportunities, and we will create more career ladders so employees can grow within the county. Our supervisors will have access to a supervisor boot camp and ongoing supports. Our work in 2025 will result in growing a qualified, diverse, and inclusive workforce at all levels. We thank you for the opportunity to discuss these initiatives and appreciate the support you've given us to create and sustain a workforce that reflects the community we serve.
As emphasized by Chief Withers, racial equity and DEI is part of our DNA here at Franklin County. As the lead agency providing direct investments, the 2025 recommended budget for the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is $14 million, more than double the budget that was approved last December. Almost all of this increase is within grants, which comprises 85% of the budget that is related to grants. This includes $2 million for an Every Resident, Every Day grant program that will be available to all Franklin County municipalities to have access to funding to amplify diverse communities, celebrate differences, bring awareness through community engagement, and address inequalities. where you see wrong or inequality or injustice, speak out, because this is your country. This is your democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on. This is true today, just as it was in 1978 when Thurgood Marshall spoke these words at his commencement speech at the University of Virginia. The Franklin County Board of Commissioners have embraced this message with its long-standing record of promoting racial equity, inclusion, and diversity in all aspects of county government. This commitment has been amplified through the development and execution of the Rise Together Blueprint to Reduce Poverty and its declaration that racism as a public health crisis. The 2025 recommended budget continues this work, seeking to disrupt poverty, collaborating to increase the value of services provided to the community, sustaining an organizational culture that applies equity principles, increasing opportunities to minority businesses. We will continue to be guided by our core principles, showing initiative to enact changes we need, taking ownership of how we operate, and ensuring our diverse population has representation and support. This concludes today's presentation on racial equity, and we will be glad to answer any questions from the Board of Commissioners. Mr. Telerik, we've had a call for questions. Do we have any public requests for testimony that has come forward?
Not that I'm aware of, but if the clerk would confirm that.
Director, I see and hear no call for questions or comments.
All right.
Thank you very much from the clerk's office.
Right. And if there are no other comments or questions, then that will conclude today's presentation on the core principle of racial equity. We will next hear the presentation on the core principle of good stewardship, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement. So we will need to take a couple of minutes to get everything set up. So we'll be back at 2:05 to start. Thank you. This next session will be on the core principle of good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement. I will turn it over to our county administrator to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon. I'm County Administrator Ken Wilson, and today you will hear part of the story on how we are working every day to make Franklin County a place that thrives in harmony with the environment, uses resources wisely, actively engages residents in shaping the future. The 2025 recommended budget aligns with our strategic investment in direction in those areas that will allow us to advance towards our vision for this core principle. As seen in the presentations to follow, this budget and our agencies embrace the values of coordination, visibility, and education. We will begin today's session hearing from Darla Ridden, Director of Public Facilities Management, who will discuss the investments in expanding the Board of Elections facility, and Tracy Matthews, Assistant Director of Purchasing, to talk about how the county print shop collaborates with the Board of Elections and other agencies while using environmentally sustainable products. We will continue the discussion on sustainability with Stephen Renner, Director of our Sanitary Engineering Department, and we will then conclude with an overview of the agencies that fall primarily under the core principle of good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement.
Public Facilities Management, also known as PFM, is an agency with duties and responsibilities that support all Franklin County offices and agencies and their public users. PFM's mission is to provide centralized, cost-effective, efficient, and professional building services to county employees and visitors so that they can work and conduct business in a safe, comfortable, functional, and eco-friendly environment. With respect to the Board of Commissioners' core principle of environmental stewardship and civic engagement, a key project in 2024 for PFM was the facility expansion and renovation for the Franklin County Board of Elections, where the Early Vote Center is located. The Franklin County Board of Elections building, located at 1700 Morse Road, was completed in 2013 in response to population growth and the need to provide an accessible and centrally located facility to serve both the residents and voters of Franklin County and the staff who safeguard and execute the voting process. With a footprint of roughly 90,000 square feet, the original BOE facility was designed and constructed with full input from the Board of Elections. Over the years, the need for expanded space became apparent as the Franklin County population increased and participation in early voting grew, especially during general election cycles. Between 2016 and 2020, early voting participation counts rose from 83,578 to 117,356, an increase of 40%. Anticipating a continued increase in early voter participation this year, it was imperative a solution be developed to allow for expanded space to support the Board of Elections and the November 2024 general election. As the Morse Road site is the only early voting location in the county, Franklin County Public Facilities Management identified the opportunity to expand into the recently vacated Payless Shoes and GameStop retail spaces directly adjacent to the existing Board of Elections space. In March 2024, the project team met on site to evaluate the proposed spaces and develop a program to address the needs of the Board of Elections, including how to strategically accelerate the construction schedule to deliver the finished spaces no later than September 4th to allow for election preparation activities. The project team created an expansion program, adding 6,056 square feet to the early voting space and 3,090 square feet of new operation space to be used for staging, preparation, and maintenance of the poll books. The new construction included drywall, paint, flooring, ceiling with sound attenuation panels in the early voting spaces, lighting, access controls, security cameras, building automation, and security film on the storefront. As part of environmental stewardship on this project, 4 EV chargers were installed for use by the public and to support county fleet vehicles. Through a collaborative team effort, the certificate of occupancy for the new space was issued on August 30th, 2024, 4 days ahead of schedule. To validate the need for the new spaces, the 2024 general election early voting counts increased again by 8%, which was accommodated using the newly constructed spaces. As a continuation of the programming work started in 2024, and looking into 2025, the next phase of design and construction will include further expansion to the west of the Board of Elections and will pick up 89,480 square feet of the recently vacated Sam Ash musical retail space and a portion of the home buy space. This phase will provide training classrooms, storage rooms, and break rooms for the thousands of poll workers annually who require training to assist with polling operations, customer service, information sharing, and facility safety. The new space will also include 8,800 square feet of flexible space for other county uses in 2,800 square foot BOE boardroom. Besides the new construction, localized interior renovations are planned for the main public lobby, including additional security features, a reconfiguration of the open office workstation, an expansion of the tabulation vault and mailroom, and the introduction of natural light for interior spaces. To enhance voter experience, the next phase will also include reviewing options to improve ingress and egress for the BOE facility, expanding parking, increasing signage, and collaborating with the City of Columbus regarding traffic concerns on Morse and Carl roads. Finally, the print shop managed by the Franklin County Purchasing Department will be expanded by 9,000 square feet to accommodate staff growth and larger equipment, to allow for enhanced printing support for the Board of Elections and increased services to various county agencies. The project team's overall goal remains continuing to offer a modern elections complex to support the residents and voters of Franklin County. While Public Facilities Management is the lead agency in managing the county's construction initiatives, such projects like the BOE expansion discussed today would not be possible without significant collaboration and efforts from various county agencies, including from the Board of Elections, the Purchasing Department, Prosecutor's Office, Office of Management and Budget, and partnerships with developers, as well as owners representative, design, engineering, and construction firms. Now, I'll turn the presentation over to Tracy Matthew, Assistant Director of Purchasing, to highlight the print shop's contribution to our critical election operations and the county's commitment to environmental sustainability.
The daily operations of the print shop are impressive to witness. The sounds of the presses, inserters, and Titan copiers fill the shop as the team moves around the space with well-practiced precision. Following collaborative design with partner agencies and careful merging of variable data files, the team turns blank paper stock into vibrant posters, agency manuals, court filings, residents' tax bills, and election ballots, among other things. Supervisor Matthew Martin and his team are clear on their goals: to provide a wide range of modern graphic arts services and operate in a sustainable and efficient manner and provide cost savings to the county. One of the most critical production projects that the print shop handles is the printing of election ballots. For this year's general election, the print shop and Board of Elections teams began planning sessions earlier this summer. Preparation is key to ensuring that the residents of Franklin County are able to participate in an efficient, fair, and open election process. In total, the print shop recorded 2,962,594 impressions for the election, spread between provisional and absentee ballots, training materials, and envelopes. Our dedicated staff worked in concert with BOE and stayed on site at the print shop until the polls closed on November 5th. We do this because some residents who arrive at a precinct prefer a paper ballot to an electronic option, and our job is to ensure that each precinct can accommodate these requests. While other counties may outsource ballot printing, Franklin County leverages the synergy of the print shop and BOE teams being located in adjoining spaces to recognize the cost savings. By printing the ballots and materials in our shop, the county saved approximately $216,000 for this election cycle alone. As Director Reardon mentioned, the print shop is looking to expand its footprint to allow for growth. The team anticipates expanding the types of production we offer and the reach of our services. Currently, we service all agencies under the Board of Commissioners, as well as many non-BOC agencies across the county. Additionally, we provide service for outside entities such as the City of New Albany, Worthington, Groveport, Lockbourne, Upper Arlington, and Union County. In providing services to all of our partners, the print shop team has produced a total of 13,749,446 impressions and has saved Franklin County and those other local municipalities a combined estimated total of $1,082,832 so far this year. This type of production requires modern, reliable equipment and a knowledgeable staff. Environmental sustainability plays a central role in considering the type of equipment that is purchased or leased, as well as the way it's employed and maintained. Matthew and his team protect the environment and community by using environmentally sustainable products, which are less harmful than other products that meet this industry standard. An example of this is the shop's use of oil-based ink products on the sheet-fed offset machines. Oil-based inks are neutral on the pH scale, and because they're made of natural soy, the ink can undergo decomposition when disposed of, which makes them less harmful to the environment than rubber-based inks. The print shop is also mindful of the potential danger that chemical solvents present. Although chemicals are needed to produce sheet-fed offset imaging, some solvents are water miscible, meaning they can be mixed with up to 50% water without a sharp decline in effectiveness. When appropriate, the team will mix these solvents with water, which reduces the amount of chemicals used per occurrence. Reducing solvent strength in a mindful and knowledgeable manner can reduce the pollution output from the shop. Because of your support, Commissioners and County Administration, we are on pace to continue our expanding partnerships and sustainability practices into 2025. I'd like to thank you, Director Perry Balanier, Matthew Martin, Print Shop Supervisor, and our full staff for their dedication in serving the residents of Franklin County. Lastly, Commissioners, to experience a sense of what happens at the print shop yourself, I'd like to invite you to stop by for a tour. Now, I'll turn the presentation over to Stephen Renner, the Director of the Sanitary Engineering Department, to continue the conversation about environmental sustainability and good stewardship of natural resources.
The Franklin County Department of Sanitary Engineering is committed to delivering essential resources and services to our residents while safeguarding the environment in a physically responsible manner. It is with great pleasure I speak to you today about our department, a cornerstone of our community's infrastructure and environmental stewardship. Our mission is clear and vital: providing safe water and sewer services for Franklin County to protect the environment and uphold our standard of living. We proudly serve approximately 40,000 residents, ensuring that every household has access to reliable water and sewer services. Our operations include one state-of-the-art water treatment plant and two sewage treatment facilities, both located in the southwestern parts of Franklin County, serving the residents of Darbydale, Timberlake, and the village of Harrisburg. Additionally, through contracts with the City of Columbus, we maintain another 3 public water systems and 11 sewer collection systems whose discharges are processed under the contract by the City of Columbus, ensuring efficient and effective wastewater management. The sum of all of these operations is 75 miles of water lines, nearly 120 miles of sewers, and 22 sewage pump stations, with another 3 coming online by 2026. Yet our dedication extends beyond the service provision. We are deeply connected to the Franklin County Commissioner's strategy of good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement. By promoting responsible and sustainable stewardship of our natural resources, we align our efforts with the county's broader goals. This synergy allows us to implement practices that not only meet current needs, but also preserve our environment for future generations. Achieving this vision requires protecting one of our most precious resources, water. Water is the lifeblood of our community, essential for health, agriculture, industry, and recreation. To protect it, we must remain vigilant and proactive, most especially in the Big Darby Accord area. The field of environmental science is advancing every day, and we must stay engaged with current research to fully understand the impact of our actions on the environment. This commitment to continuous improvement and education ensures that our policies and practices are both effective and innovative. For example, the creation of the Water Quality Partnership in the late 1990s was a pivotal moment for us. It was a call to action when our community recognized that aging infrastructure posed a significant threat to our natural water sources as well as to human health. This partnership marked the beginning of our proactive approach to addressing these challenges, fostering collaboration and innovation to enhance water quality and infrastructure resilience. In the beginning, we recognized 21 areas that needed to be sewered. Today, we are finally near that end of that long list of by the completion of the 4,900 lineal foot sewer system in the Kanawha-Roslyn community in Sharon Township. When the sanitary sewer system was installed in the early 1920s, it was not extended throughout the entire service area. There are approximately 120 homes that do not have access to centralized sanitary sewer and rely on home sewage treatment systems to dispose of their wastewater. This project will provide sanitary sewer to those remaining properties within the service area. Looking forward, while we have another 2 sewer projects planned for a combined total of 118 homes, a critical issue affecting our environment and community health is non-point source pollution. Unlike pollution from identifiable sources, non-point source pollution comes from diffuse origins such as agricultural runoff, stormwater, and notably, failing on-lot home sewage disposal systems. These failing septic systems are major contributors, leaching contaminants into our waterways and degrading our quality of water. To combat this, we must build adaptive capacity through innovative solutions tailored to our diverse service areas. In developed regions, we need to implement advanced sewage technologies and robust management practices to ensure our infrastructure can handle current and future demands. This includes regular maintenance, continuing to upgrade our older systems, and adopting sustainable practices that minimize environmental impact. Simultaneously, we must preserve the pristine natural water filters of the Big Darby area. These natural systems are invaluable, providing clean water and supporting biodiversity. Protecting them requires careful land use planning from the Big Darby Accord and employing green infrastructure that complements the natural filtration processes. Affordable housing is essential for our community's growth, and both developed and pristine areas can offer this. However, each requires different technologies and dependencies to maintain long-term adaptive capacity. In developed areas, we can utilize modern wastewater treatment technologies and smart infrastructure that is already in place to support housing. In contrast, preserving the Big Darby's natural filters means integrating housing solutions that work in harmony with the environment, using eco-friendly designs and low-impact development practices. By focusing on these strategies, we can ensure that our community thrives without compromising our invaluable water sources. Preserving our environment and managing developed areas effectively are not mutually exclusive. They are complementary goals that require thoughtful planning and innovative approaches. Reducing non-point source pollution, safeguarding our water quality, and fostering a sustainable future for all residents of Franklin County is what our department does best.
There are 3 agencies that fall primarily within good stewardship of natural resources: environmental sustainability and civic engagement, totaling just under $135 million, or 6% of the all funds budget. The 2025 recommended budget for the Board of Elections is $15 million, which is 8% lower than last year due to fewer election-related expenditures as a result of lower voter turnout than expected during odd year elections. To ensure that all election day polling locations are fully staffed, the Board of Elections will train and assign 4,500 precinct election officials across the county next year. In addition to training in-person training with hands-on exercises, additional training is provided through online classes. The 2025 recommended budget includes $216,000 in software as a service fees associated with the replacement of electronic poll books placed in service during 2024. Electronic poll books play a critical role in processing voters efficiently and accurately to determine the proper voting method. The budget for the engineer's office is recommended at just under 100 million, which is 17% more than the amount approved in last year's budget due to the timing of construction for various road and bridge projects. This includes 8 million for the Trayview Road project, which will rehabilitate and widen existing bridges over the Souder River and Souder Point Drive to accommodate a sidewalk on the south side and a shared use path on the north side of the bridge, and 4.5 million to improve pedestrian safety and construct concrete medians over a portion of Cleveland Avenue. The 2025 recommended budget includes a transfer of almost $3 million in support of the stormwater management program. In addition to supporting various infrastructure improvements, these funds will support the illicit discharge detection and elimination program operated by the Franklin County Public Health Department to address failing household sewage treatment systems as part of Franklin County's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Phase 2 permit. The sanitary engineer's budget is almost 20 million is also higher than last year due to the timing of projects in the water and sewer improvement funds. This includes $5 million for the North Hague Avenue Sanitary Sewer Project and $1 million for the South Grenier Avenue Sanitary Sewer Replacement Project, as well as increases in water and sewer expenses passed on from the City of Columbus in sanitary engineering operating funds. To reduce the financial burden on low-income families, a 20% discount is available to customers earning 150% or below the federal poverty level, or who are enrolled in a qualifying program such as SNAP or Medicaid. The former Secretary of Treasurer, Henry Paulson, said that economic growth and environmental protection are not at odds. They are opposite sides of the same coin if you're looking at long-term prosperity. The 2025 recommended budget seeks to achieve this success by promoting responsible stewardship through planning and collaboration, expanding and encouraging sustainable services and practice, and supporting civic engagement that reaches diverse populations within Franklin County. We will continue to be guided by our core principles, working in alignment with our internal and external partners, publicizing our intentions and actions to encourage participation, enacting policies informed by accurate research and data. This concludes today's presentation on good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement, and we will be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for that presentation. At this time, I'll ask the commissioners if they have any comments or questions.
It's Commissioner Crowley, and I may have missed it on Director Renner's overview, but can you tell me for 2025, are we subsidizing utility costs for our consumers? And if so, to what extent? And is it different over a year based on 2023 or 2024?
Commissioner, this is Stephen. So great question. As you recall, the City of Columbus is going to raise rates up to 7% on the water side and 6% on the sewer side. And so our recommendation is that I'm going to be bringing forward to you is 3% rate increase. And so I don't have those dollar amounts at my fingertips, but I will get all of that to you very soon.
And Commissioner, if I could follow up, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Director Renner. This is Chris Long, Deputy County Administrator. Just as a reminder to the audiences, but directly to your question, Commissioner, you as the commissioners have subsidized the past 3 years
passing on zero increase in 2022, zero increase in 2023, zero increase in 2024 to the customer, even when our costs were increasing. And this time, as Director Renner indicated, while the city is passing through a 6% and 7% respectively increase to us because their costs are going up as well, our recommendation to the commissioners is a 3%, so half. So acknowledging the concerns that have been brought forward by residents and trying to address those and with a subsidy to that bottom line.
And how many customers do we have total for water and sewer?
For water, we have about 4,700, and for sewer, it's about 5,800.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then my next question is for Director Reardon. And I was coming on in the middle of her presentation. But for the Board of Elections, was there ongoing renovation that was going to be happening, or did she talk about just the renovations that have already happened?
No, Commissioner. Yes, in 2025, we will continue into the next phase of design and construction. So I can certainly share it with you in its entirety, but we're picking up about 89,500 square feet of what was formerly the Sam Ash music space in the home buys. And that will allow, in particular, training classrooms, storage rooms, break rooms for the thousands of poll workers. It'll include 8,800 square feet of flexible space for other county uses, a BOE boardroom, and also about 9,000 square feet to support our expansion of the print shop for more printing support for BOE and further increased services to various county agencies.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioners, if I could follow up on that, thank you, Director Reardon. As the Director indicated, while the Board of Election poll workers and team are not using those spaces, the intention is to free up those spaces for county use. So that's yet another on the north side with adequate parking and having different sized meeting rooms for different county agencies and certainly the commissioners' use. Secondly, we'll be following up on commissioners, your direct concerns about ongoing work with the City of Columbus and others about parking on the high use areas. And so we'll be, and I know Commissioner O'Grady, but certainly Commissioner Carley and Commissioner Boyce, the three of you have indicated those concerns. Director Reardon and I are following up directly with the City of Columbus and the ownership of the building itself for ingress, egress, city-related items in terms of the city-owned roadways, making sure that we can be as efficient as possible to make sure no one is ever turned away. Director White from the Board of Elections is on as well, hand in hand with the Board of Elections to make sure that we make that as efficient of a space as any place you'd find in the country in terms of how to maximize that area.
And I think you all have done a really good job in acquiring more space and to be able to expand to support election services that need to be carried out, as well as being able to acquire more parking. And so how many parking spaces do we currently have, and is there a plan in 2025 to acquire more parking? I know that parking was a big problem this past election. Obviously, the traffic patterns that you just said talked about being in communication with the City of Columbus, but how many spaces do we have, and is there a goal to get more?
And during DCA Long, sorry if I could jump in here on follow up on Commissioner Crowley's questions. I apologize for I've been in and out throughout these presentations, but so we do have 2025, and frankly, the majority of 2026. 2025 will have light elections, so we won't have we won't have the crowds that we've had in 2024. 2026, while we will have busier elections in 2026 than we will in 2025, we have some time here to get this done. I would imagine, we can bring in a firm to take a look at not only just a simple restripe of the parking lot. I mean, I think we should bring in somebody to do, and I think, and we've talked about this, and I know you're looking at this, but for the purposes of anybody that might be watching this, just an absolute redesign with an engineering firm to do a redesign of the parking lot, but not simply for the purposes of trying to fit as many cars in there as possible, but taking a serious look at the traffic pattern within the parking lot, because once cars pull into the parking lot, how the traffic flows within the parking lot. I was up there several times this fall, as I'm sure Commissioner Crowley was. I've been up there over the years many times. People pull into that parking lot up there, and they seem to think that they can drive wherever they want, whenever they want to. And that creates a real bottleneck and a real problem in that parking lot. And so I think if we have the parking lot clearly marked and egress and ingress for that parking lot, it would make the movement of the traffic flow within the parking lot up there is kind of a key and a big deal, because once you get people in there going the wrong way, it creates a big problem up there. The other thing, as you were mentioning, DCA Long, that we talked about in my office is if we can work with the city of Columbus, and you mentioned it this morning or this afternoon, we can work with the city of Columbus about multiple turn lanes off of Morse Road, multiple turn lanes off of Carl Road to be able to get people in and out, because the traffic pattern on Morse Road, when you have traffic that's backed up past the traffic lights on Morse Road going both eastbound and westbound, it creates a big problem. And we don't want to, not only do we want to make it easier for people to park up there, we want to make it easier for people to get in and out of the parking lot. We want to not have it so that people, turn away and say, I'm not going to do this today. I'm not going to vote today. And I think that people sometimes can get frustrated when they go up there and have that experience where they're waiting through multiple traffic lights to try to get in and out of the early vote center. And they just say, today's not the day. And they just decide to leave and come back at a different time on that day, or come back on a different day. And I think that anything we can do to make that happen, especially now that we have all that space. And then the other thing I would say is that whatever we can do to secure more parking space up there in that lot. And I think that there are opportunities in working with the owner, that there are opportunities that we might have to secure more space up there as well. Sorry for taking up so much time.
No, thank you, Commissioner Crowley, Commissioner O'Grady. I will get the exact number of parking spaces back to both of you. I don't know that off the top of my head, but to both of your points, and I'm glad Director White is on here as well from Board of Elections, both Antone White and David Payne. Even with the challenges, this go around did a great job of getting traffic in and out and moving people along, but there are challenges, and we never want anybody to be turned away or feel like they're turned away or be waiting on Morse Road or Carl Road for extended periods of time waiting to vote. We absolutely will follow up with the city. I do know that the owner of the condominium association itself has asked for a vacation of that service road, if you know what I'm talking about, outside of the Board of Elections. If the city allows that to be vacated, then that will help in bringing someone in as well to look at how to maximize that for possible additional parking, additional ways to look at ingress, egress. There's also conversation. It may or may not be appropriate or feasible financially, but ideas even with structured parking, like a one-layer deck of parking, that may or may not be appropriate, but we want to bring everything back to the table and back to the three of you as commissioners and at the Board of Elections to see what we can do in surrounding areas as well in terms of maximizing parking in that space. So it has helped to have control of the additional spaces, except for the pizza place that's still there. But that has helped to at least make sure that all that parking is for purposes of the Board of Elections. But even with that, we obviously used every last inch of parking during the presidential election. So we'll continue, Director Reardon and myself, working hand in hand with Anton White and David Payne at the Board of Elections to keep bringing those ideas back to you. And I agreed to both of you, Commissioner Crawley, Commissioner O'Grady, it's not just a matter of restriping, it's maximizing the spaces, how people are entering and exiting, making it as clear as possible, and with the City of Columbus as well, to see if there are additional ways to really make sure that we can have the Carl and Morse Road corridors work appropriately. Director White, was there anything that you wanted to add to this conversation as well?
Thank you, DCA Long. I think to answer the question about parking, we have about 250 spaces up here. And so we lost some space when the Burger King and the Bank of America buildings were built a few years ago. I think that took away about 100 spaces. So right now we're operating with about 250. It gets very congested up here, particularly on weekends when we have weekend voting and when we have voting that's in a short span of time, so just for a few hours. But I think I agree with all your points, Commissioner O'Grady, Commissioner Crawley, all your points. And I think looking particularly maybe at something structured for parking would be helpful, but I think all things should be on the table here as we look to the future.
So we'll continue over the next, even the next couple of months, but certainly over the calendar year of 2025 to come back to both of you and Commissioner Boyce as well with different ideas, because we want to maximize that space. And there's an investment that the board is making, the commissioners are making into that space, and we want to make sure that it can be what you all expect it to be in terms of not just the functions inside the building, but access to it.
Commissioners, are there any other comments or questions? If not, I'll check with the clerk's office if there are any public comments.
Thank you,
requests.
Director. Hearing and seeing none online.
All right. Well, thank you, Michael. And if there are no other comments or questions, then that will conclude today's presentation on the core principle of good stewardship of natural resources, environmental sustainability, and civic engagement. Commissioners, we will next hear the presentation on the core principle of job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security, though we will need a couple of minutes to get everything set up. So we'll be back on at 2:50. Thank you very much. The final session of the day will be on the core principle of job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. I will turn it over to our county administrator to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Director Tillerick. Good afternoon. I'm County Administrator Kenneth Wilson, and today you will hear part of the story on how we are working every day to make Franklin County a place where the economy is thriving, inclusive, and sustainable. The 2025 recommended budget aligns with our strategic direction by investing in those areas that will allow us to advance our vision for the core principle of job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. As seen in the presentations to follow, this budget and our agencies embrace the values of sustainability, education, and inclusiveness. In order to support an economy with diverse industries that meet the current and future needs of the community, we must continue our investments in affordable housing in order to tackle the challenges of population growth. As Ohio's most populous county, 1 in every 9 residents in the state of Ohio call Franklin County home. According to the Mid-Ohio Regional Planning Commission, the 15-county Central Ohio region will see a growth of 720,000 people by 2050, which equates to 272,000 additional households and 357,000 additional workers. Almost half of that growth is expected to be absorbed by Franklin County, resulting in a 26% increase over our current population. For almost 20 years, the Board of Commissioners have been committed to affordable housing. In 2005, the board approved Resolution 998-205, authorizing a transfer fee of $1 per 1,000 of the sale amount of each deed, conveyance, real property, or manufactured home in Franklin County. This fee is expected to generate $7.7 million in 2025, with half of that amount going to the Community Shelter Board and the other half going to the Affordable Housing Trust for Columbus and Franklin County. The Community Shelter Board was created in 1986 and is a not-for-profit organization that works to develop and implement strategies that decrease homelessness and increase the placement of homeless persons into permanent housing in our community. In addition to the proceeds collected from the conveyance fee, the agreement with the Community Shelter Board includes an additional $2 million from the general fund to support its work, including emergency shelter, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, homelessness prevention, and winter warming centers. The Affordable Housing Trust was created as an independent, not-for-profit entity in 2001 in response to the effort by the county and the city to strengthen neighborhoods within Columbus and Franklin County. With funding provided by the conveyance fee, low-interest loans are provided for affordable new home and apartment developments, as well as the rehabilitation of vacant and abandoned residential buildings. Featured projects include Clover Grove, located on Galloway Road in West Columbus, which will provide 230 units for seniors aged 55 and older, with supportive services provided by National Church Residences. Kingsley Park Apartments, which will create 180 new units of affordable housing at 80% of the area median income in Canal Winchester. And NCJC Downtown, which constructed 120 affordable units at 30 to 80% of area median income in downtown Columbus. In addition to funding from the conveyance fee, $5 million was allocated from the county's allocation of the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund authorized by the American Rescue Plan for the Affordable Housing Trust Emerging Developers Accelerator Program. This is a minority developer cultivation and training program designed to create pathways to development careers for individuals who have historically faced barriers, created to address the lack of affordable housing and challenges faced by minorities entering the real estate development ecosystem. The program prepares for participants to develop affordable housing by providing learning sessions, technical assistance, counseling, and ultimately access to capital. In February of 2017, the Affordable Housing Alliance of Central Ohio released a report identifying the scope of affordable housing challenges facing the community, including a range of issues from a spatial mismatch between affordable housing and job growth areas to rent outpacing the growth of incomes. In response, many local governments and institutions, Franklin County included, began exploring how to best contribute to the community's varied and complex affordable housing needs. This analysis led to the recommendations for an affordable housing implementation framework to address the needs within the county, including recommendations for increased budget allocations for several new programs to induce the development of new affordable units. To support these initiatives, the Board of Commissioners approved Resolution number 616-19, authorizing an additional conveyance fee of $1 to support these efforts. With the increase in permissive conveyance fee from $1 to $2 per 1,000 of the sale amount, the revenue was deposited into the Affordable and Emergency Housing Fund rather than the general fund. To support the creation of new affordable housing units, some of these additional funds have been used to leverage resources from the Ohio Housing Finance Agency's 4% low-income housing tax credit, or LITAC funds. County funds are not officially awarded unless these projects are successful in their application for the 4% LITAC or the competitive 9% LITAC. Looking forward to going ahead, despite facing critical challenges. In addition to the conveyance fee, we've used a portion of federal pandemic funding to support affordable housing. With the support of the American Rescue Plan funding, we were able to enter into a grant agreement with Nationwide Children's Hospital in the amount of $15.5 million to assist Linden residents who currently rent or own, increase their ability to retain their home safely and affordably, and to help Linden residents expanded availability of affordable rental units, and homeowner opportunities. This grant seeks to provide additional services to improve knowledge of child development strategies and parent techniques, and experience increased community connectiveness. In addition, the county has received $89 million in funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This program was established by the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. With additional funding provided by the American Rescue Plan to continue this program, with this funding, Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services and other contracted partners were able to serve 17,000 additional households with direct rental assistance for our vulnerable residents. Approximately 11,000 of these had incomes at least 30% of area median income, while just under 3,700 had incomes between 30 and 50% of area median income. Despite this funding, there were 23,000 evictions filed in 2023, and the number is expected to be higher this year. Longer-term solutions are needed to address the deficit in affordable housing in our community. What may have worked prior to the pandemic when it comes to developing affordable housing units is no longer sufficient. As noted in the NACO Housing Task Force report on advancing local housing affordability, housing policy is highly complex, multi-layered topic requiring partnerships, dialogue, coordination across all levels of government, private and nonprofit organizations, and the community. Looking forward to 2025, we expect to bring in a consultant to update our affordable housing framework. We have already started to reimagine what this entails, such as ensuring that affordable housing units are wired for broadband and internet service provided at no cost to residents in projects supported by county funds. To better focus these efforts In 2025, a position will be filled under the Board of Commissioners to focus on research and coordinating all of the county's supported initiatives in this critical area of affordable housing and other initiatives that align with the Commissioner's core principles. The budget also includes transferring the Affordable and Emergency Housing Fund from Economic Development and Planning to the Board of Commissioners in the 2025 budget. In addition to affordable housing, a thriving economy requires an investment that fosters an environment that supports minority-owned, small and emerging businesses. I will now turn the presentation over to D'Amica Weathers, our Chief Economic Equity and Inclusion Officer in the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, to discuss some of these efforts.
During 2024, we continued our engagement with small and emerging businesses through the Coffee and Conversation outreach events. These events provide effective communication and networking opportunities to local businesses to share and foster conversations relative to procurement opportunities within Team BOC agencies. And a feedback testimonial from our last Coffee and Conversation, and the attendees shared, I had a fantastic time at the Coffee and Conversations event. The atmosphere was welcoming, and it was wonderful to engage with so many passionate individuals. Hearing diverse perspectives on important topics really enriched the discussion. I left feeling inspired and eager to continue these meaningful conversations. In addition to the Coffee and Conversations, ODEI hosted the SCBE Mix and Mingles outreach event, fostering a space where small and budding businesses can network and support innovative ideas. This function provides a venue of inclusivity and attracts a wide range of sectors, from technology to manufacturing, to food and beverages, to retail and digital solutions, onto professional services of all scopes. This year, we also collaborated with many community partners, such as the Ohio Department of Development, MORPC, City of Columbus Diversity and Inclusion Office, Columbus City Schools, for the Supplier Diversity Summit held in May. We also provided Hispanic Heritage Business Market during Hispanic Heritage Month. We partnered with Asian American Commerce and the newly created African Chamber, and many other business chambers in Franklin County to bring awareness to opportunity and economic growth. We will continue into 2025 with our commitment to advocate and support our small businesses, with full understanding that supporting our local businesses in Franklin County is the foundation and pathway to economic vitality. In our mission to increase the reach in 2025, we aspire to advance through continued partnership with the Purchasing Department and other Board of Commissioner agencies, with collaborative inclusion of Team BOC in our existing community partnerships. With a focus on targeted outreach as it relates to goods and services needed by agencies, ODEI aims to equip every resident with resources to collaborate with Franklin County, enable them to take an active role in driving their own personal economic growth, from merely surviving to thriving and prospering. Lastly, we are looking to implement and host biannually Thrive Together resource fairs. Thrive Together will serve to provide ongoing support for diverse suppliers by linking them to essential resources, support services, and potential partners needed to thrive. This initiative aims to foster sustainability and economic growth and ensure support to those local businesses that reflect our community's diversity. The goal of the engagement in 2025 is to increase the total percentage of Board of Commissioner small and emerging business utilization. Currently, SCBEs make up 4.4% of total purchase orders. Outreach and continued collaboration with the Purchasing Department is vital to increase the reach in 2025. In addition, ODEI is seeking to strengthen economic equity among Franklin County small and emerging business enterprises. With the funding improved in 2024, we have been able to fund organizations, survey businesses in our community, work with organizations who have direct contact to small businesses, and allocate resources to organizations that provide jobs to our residents. $5.8 million has gone to programs that help grow businesses through entrepreneurship programs such as Red One or businesses development at the Ready to Work program at Columbus Fashion Alliance. We continue to partner with Freedom Equity to provide small microloans to businesses and Minority Business Assistance Center, who provides resources to businesses for their sustainability. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the efforts that the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is undertaking to support a thriving and inclusive economy.
In addition to the efforts led by our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, I would like to highlight two other initiatives the county has and will continue to undertake to support small and emerging businesses. With funding from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund approved by the American Rescue Plan Act, the Board of Commissioners approved a COVID-19 capital grant with Zora's House to expand the only community space and leadership incubator in Ohio dedicated to building racial and gender equity in our community. This community hub serves as a center for innovation, empowerment, and economic recovery for women of color. This expansion created 6,000 square feet more of public programming space to scale and expand impact. The new space is intended to incubate and support a minimum of 100 small businesses and to create an additional 500,000 of direct economic impact for women of color and their families over the next 3 years. The 2025 recommended budget continues to support the Franklin County Engineers Equitable Business Enterprise Program for locally funded projects. This program has been established to foster non-discrimination in the award of and administration of locally funded projects and to help remove barriers to the participation of disadvantaged businesses and to assist in the development of firms that can compete successfully in the marketplace. In addition to investing in our local businesses, we must continue to invest in our workforce by supporting programs that assist our residents in earning a livable wage. To discuss a couple of the county's initiatives, I will turn the presentation over to Susan Brown, Director of Child Support Enforcement. Also, Vivian Turner, our Chief Administrator for the Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services.
And I am having some difficulty turning my camera on, so I will continue to try to get that on. In alignment with improving economic mobility and family stability, the Child Support Agency manages the Charting a Course for Economic Mobility and Responsible Parenting demonstration grant. This program empowers the next generation to build stable and successful futures. This grant allows us to employ 2 full-time peer educators with lived experience who are responsible for reaching Franklin County residents aged 13 to 25 with interactive presentations about the importance of education and careers, healthy relationships, and goal setting. Our peer educators play a vital role in encouraging teens and young adults to prioritize their education, launch meaningful careers, and develop healthy relationships before becoming parents. In 2024, our team was successful in bringing these presentations using the No Kidding curriculum to classrooms, after-school programs, and to those preparing for emancipation. By meeting teens and young adults where they are, we ensure they have the access to the education and support they need. Also in 2024, our team expanded their reach by assisting those who are parents in navigating the often complex child support system. Through our collaboration with Job and Family Services, Achieve More and Prosper program, our peer educators regularly attend sessions to connect with parents and help them access the services they need to provide ongoing economic security for their children. This demonstration grant has allowed us to provide much needed education and support to not only teens and young adults who receive the curriculum, but also to the peer educators who present the material. This opportunity has provided our peer educators with highly sought after skills for the workforce and has proven to be a great source of professional development for future promotional opportunities. Child support is a key human services program that encourages responsible parenting, family self-sufficiency, and child well-being that recognizes the essential role played by both parents in supporting their children. Franklin County is a leader in providing innovative services to meet the needs of today's families. We want to take a moment to highlight a partnership between our agency, Job and Family Services, and a local nonprofit, Jewish Family Services. Together, we are reducing barriers to some parents' order to pay child support, and they have a great opportunity to meet with a career consultant who understands their needs and the needs of local employers. The career consultant works with parents to remove or minimize any challenges they may face so they may gain successful and sustainable employment, making a livable wage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Job and Family Services believes that the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, isn't just about addressing food insecurity. It's about improving economic mobility. Most of our 175,000 plus recipients outside of children and seniors who make up the majority of our SNAP rolls are already working or enrolled in school. For unemployed and underemployed residents, the SNAP Employment and Training Program, or SNAP ENT, is available to help them gain skills and work experience to improve their prospects of obtaining employment and ultimately becoming self-sufficient. Until last month, Ohio operated under a mandatory SNAP ENT program, requiring us to make an attempt to assign every unemployed, able-bodied adult without children, or as we refer to them as ABODs, to a work activity. Only a small fraction of required ABODs were meeting their SNAP ENT obligations. On October 1st, the state introduced an overhaul to the SNAP ENT program, allowing counties to expand the pool of eligible participants beyond the ABOD population and making the program voluntary. This new approach is designed to better meet workforce needs by enrolling residents who are more motivated to participate in job training and obtain new skills. We are partnering with the Godman Guild Association to help administer the program. They will provide training and certifications for in-demand job fields like STNA, phlebotomy, medical coding, and much more. In less than 1 month, we've already completed 417 assessments for SNAP recipients interested in participating in the program and have begun providing referrals to Godman Guild. This year, we began charting paths for additional IT and technology career fields, including our new Broadband Futures program, which provides free training and job placement assistance for fiber optic technicians. There have been 29 graduates of the program, with 21 already placed in employment, with wages starting at $22 an hour. We also expanded exposure to technology careers for young people in our Ready to Earn Summer Work Experience program. Through our partnership with Lead the Way Academy and Levels Unlocked, youth in this pilot program learn how to design games and build their own computers, helping open doors to pursue scholarships and careers in esports and other technology tracks. Our focus in diversifying and enhancing job training programs strive to help residents earn a livable wage and growth careers that align with our labor market needs. This approach is exemplified through innovative programs like our Tech Women of Color initiative. In 2022, you made a multi-year $4.5 million investment in American Rescue Plan dollars to stand up this program. And as a result, 211 low-income women of color have received training for in-demand IT careers at no cost. Comparable courses can cost as much as $18,000. Nearly 90% of the enrollees have completed the program, and all the graduates have obtained either a Cisco IT Essential Certificate or a Cisco Networking Certification, or both. While half of the graduates obtained employment with an average wage of $21 an hour, the experience has empowered another dozen graduates to enroll in advanced IT courses or pursue undergraduate degrees.
Entrepreneur and entertainer Rihanna has said, "There's something so special about a woman who can dominate in a man's world. It takes a certain grace, strength, intelligence, and fearlessness, and the nerve to never take no for an answer. It is why we have invested in programs such as Tech Women of Color. The 2025 recommended budget seeks to ensure that we have an economy that is thriving, inclusive, and sustainable by leveraging and growing these type of public-private partnerships to foster an environment that supports minority-owned, women-owned, and small and emerging businesses. We will continue to be guided by our core beliefs, supporting a local economy that meets the current and future needs of the community, providing residents access to job training, to make them competitive in the workplace, and uplifting workers and businesses of all races, religions, orientations, and gender. This concludes today's presentation on job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. We will be happy to answer any questions from the Board of Commissioners. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
Sure. Thanks, administration for, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Thanks to the administration for the presentation. Again, I'll just say this one more time. It's difficult to keep up when you guys go through, half hour or so worth of presentation and get to go back, 2 presentations and go for your questions. It's just difficult. Maybe I'm just the only person that feels that way, but so if it is, just leave it the way it is. But I want to go back to the housing question, the housing conversation rather, and this person that we're going to have dedicated. Are we going to be looking at, the county doesn't generally control land use. We do in unincorporated areas, but we don't really have the authority in many of the cities. And Columbus is made up of a lot of cities. Central Ohio is Franklin County is made up of a lot of cities, vast majority of land. So the question I have is this person going to be more of a coordinator, a quarterback, or kind of a little bit of everything? What are we trying to accomplish? Because I know we're limited, and I want to be thoughtful, given that we've got a lot of things, and so I'm looking specifically at new things, and that one caught my attention. I mean, there were a lot of them that did, but I lost track because of the presentation was so long.
This is Kenneth Wilson, County Administrator. President Boyce, Commissioner O'Grady, Commissioner Crawley. We've spent some time, working on a job description for this position. What I envision for the position, why I believe the position is needed, is to manage the county's investment as we go forward from the proceeds of the $2 conveyance fee. Managing the work in a more comprehensive manner via our contract with the Affordable Housing Trust for Columbus and Franklin County, as well as managing the contract with the Community Shelter Board. Additionally, the Magnet Fund has been in place, and there has been I would call it informal request for proposal process, working along with Ohio Financing Agency, understanding the LIHTC program and evaluating those projects for the available investments that the county does have. And in having someone that is focused on this full time, looking at housing policy, seeing if there's a way to leverage the 22 million that we created, 2,000 and some odd units. Is there an ability to leverage those dollars further and be more impactful? With $22 million over the last 4 years, we've been able to create 2,185 affordable housing units. As the conveyance fee is collected and these funds are moved over under the management of county administration in the Affordable Housing and Emergency Shelter Fund, I would love to have someone that's dedicated to looking at those dollars as they come in and helping construct the contracts and allowing us to ensure that we are being as effective and efficient as possible. Or, when we look at the nationwide Children's Hospital Agreement for the Healthy Homes, which is a $15.5 million investment, having someone dedicated to that conversation, and also having someone from county administration that can be engaged and at the table in the regional housing conversation that has just been announced. While we are a complementary party in the production of affordable housing in Franklin County, I believe that there is a community expectation by virtue of the fact that you all as a board has approved so much money in the past and currently for housing in an affordable shelter. This board's investment goes back 20 years now at this point in dedicated funding for affordable housing. So I hope that kind of answers what the thought process is.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I shared with you my thoughts earlier, so I won't repeat them here.
Yeah.
But I will say that you said 22 million we invested in 2,100 units. That's we are a part of that. It didn't cost 22 million to build 2,100 units. We'd be in good shape if it did. So I want to just emphasize that. And my point is that affordable housing is expensive. Housing in general is expensive, and so I do like the idea of peeling back the layers and analyzing, kind of really what we can do and all the different efforts going on and trying to quarterback it in. I question if we need a new position for it, and so I'm open to it. Go with what the group goes with, but I just again, it's having spent over a year studying this from around the country, I just don't think it's that simple, and I don't want to create a position just to have a sort of a person that reports back what everybody else is doing and whatnot. The other part, that's not what I'm saying doing, but I'm saying I want to make sure that doesn't get to that because of our limitations, that we'll already have. So, did you say this position was going to be housed in EDP?
Housing County Administration.
Yeah, because that's the other part too. I mean, we administer Magnet out of EDP, and I would just maybe think about because they sort of work directly with developers where actual building of housing occurs, and I think we might just think about the person being coordinated. I know we got some challenges in that area, but just think about it, and we can talk about it later in the process. But I would maybe think about that too. I want to talk more and learn more about the position in detail too. So maybe we can just connect on that.
Okay, President Boyce. Sure.
And just to say, and I can always be, I have my perspective, but I can always be sort of educated further to support it, especially if my colleagues do.
Yes, very good points. The Magnet Fund dates back to 2018, and part of my assignment for this upcoming year, along with individuals like DCA Bivens and Director Pride, will be to come up with revisions to the Magnet Fund and recommend a new program to replace it and how it's functioned in the up to this point. I see DCA Bivens' hand up. All right.
It was an
DCA
accident, County Administrator. I was just gonna make mention of how we were gonna work collectively together to do to put together a repository of the affordable units over the last, I didn't remember, County Administrator, if we said 36 months or the last 5 years of the investments that the county has made. Although we don't own land, we want to make sure that we keep, our repository of where those affordable housing sit. And we're going to work collectively together for that for this year too. Correct, County Administrator?
Yes, we intend to provide an overview of all of that during the process of developing a new framework.
Are there any comments or questions, commissioners? Hearing none, I'll check with the clerk to see if we have any public comment requests.
Thank you, Director. Hearing and seeing none at this time.
All right. Well, then that will conclude today's presentation on the core principle of job creation, strategic economic development, and fiscal security. That also concludes our presentations for today, as well as the budget hearings for the 2025 budget. Before we end today's session, a reminder that the 2025 budget will be presented to the Board of Commissioners for consideration at the Thursday, December 5th briefing and scheduled for approval at general session on Tuesday, December 10th. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for attending the 2025 budget hearings.
Resolution 1017-24, resolution authorizing the annual appropriation measure for fiscal year 2025.
And my final resolution today would authorize the 2025 appropriation measure for Franklin County. Under the direction of the County Administrator, the Office of Management and Budget has put together this $2.2 billion budget for the 35 agencies under the budgetary authority of the Commissioners. The proposed budget for the general fund is $677 million, which is less than 1% more than the 2024 projected expenditures. The main source of revenue in the general fund is the sales tax, which is estimated at $414 million and comprises 62% of general fund revenue. Due to stagnating revenues, the end of federal pandemic support, and increasing costs, the 2025 budget includes a $12 million draw from unrestricted cash reserves. Despite the use of these reserves, the 2025 budget keeps the cash balance among the levels of other counties rated AAA by Moody's and Standard & Poor's, and the county's Economic Stabilization Reserve, or Rainy Day Fund, will remain untouched. Before turning to the County Administrator for any few words, I'd like to thank the fiscal staff at each of the agencies, boards, courts, and elected offices for working with OMB during this year's process, as well as the staff within the Office of Management and Budget, both who are in the audience and online.
President Boyce, Commissioner O'Grady, Commissioner Crowley, Kenneth Wilson, County Administrator. I would like to, as I stated when recommending the budget last month, I want to give a special acknowledgement to a very close partner of mine, the OMB Director, Zach Telerik, and the entire team of the Office of Management and Budget that have come out. We don't see them all the time. They be here putting in work, but I want to again commend them for their work. This is not a short process to come to a budget of $2.2 billion, $2,256,636.615. That is a lot. In 35 agencies, our dedicated employees of Team Franklin County and the elected officials, and we could not do this without the leadership of you all as commissioners, ensuring that we act in a fiscally prudent manner, and as evidenced by the discussion we just had concerning the Board of Elections, you all want us to be best in class in everything we do to the extent possible. And you all motivate us to do better, just like I guess we might have to have, I see the PFM director in the back, Darla Reardon, we might have to put service progress and excellence and opportunity to see if those letters fit, because I think we've been told to change and add something extra. If not, we will just act in silence and promote opportunity, economic mobility, all those things we talk about each and every day. And as Director Telerik says, that we have gone through some fiscal challenges due to the pandemic. We were blessed to have federal appropriations provided at a generational level that we've been able to expend prudently and effectively and have pulled us through this moment. But there are some things that we are cognizant of, as the director pointed out, using some cash that we've built up, $12 million in this budget. But we have a double AAA bond rating. We have an excellent team of individuals that are serving the 1.35 million residents of Franklin County. And I respectfully would recommend passage and consideration of this budget for 2025.
Other questions or comments?
I didn't know, President Boyce, if we can make comments now about whether the budget or just ending this year, or if you wanted to wait.
No, now's just the perfect time. I'm going to make some too. So,
okay.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, then
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the budget staff. Thank you to administration. Thank you for putting together this fiscally prudent budget for 2025. Looking forward to serving and meeting the needs of the community in the next year. But I want to say thank you to all of the staff across 35 agencies for all the work that you have done for 2024. We had some very big aspirational goals, trying to meet the needs of our neighbors, with shifting priorities, with shifting emergencies, still seeing the impact of COVID-19. And so it doesn't, I don't take it lightly, all the work that you all do each and every day. We talk about how the commissioners set the vision for the county, but the vision is based off of the needs of our community members. But it is the staff across all 35 agencies that implement that vision and move it forward each and every day. So thank you. Thank you. And I know thank you is insufficient, but my limited vocabulary, that's what I have, is just saying thank you. My gratitude for what you do each and every day grows every day. And I want to say thank you to administration for all that you do, to Administrator Wilson and our Deputy County Administrators, for having to, deal with 3 very different commissioners, but we might be different, but our love for our community is the same. We wake up, and I know they'll say their comments, but I know that we all wake up each and every day trying to figure out what we can do to make the lives better for our neighbors.
There are days that I don't sleep because I am trying to figure out how to solve a problem. I spend probably more time here than I do at home. And I always get mushy. I don't take it lightly, the responsibility to serve you all and to be in this position. I've only been living here 10 years, and to even be in this position, it's only by the grace of God that He allows me to have this opportunity and the privilege to serve you all, whether it's administration, whether it's our staff, again, across the BOC and 35 agencies, but an honor to serve our residents, to provide service, to move progress forward, and that our service is excellent, and to provide opportunities. To my colleagues, it is an absolute honor to serve beside you all. I apologize to Commissioner Boyce earlier for getting the Steelers record wrong, and I was like, I have been claiming a win since the last meeting between the Browns and the Steelers, but I did that because I never want to undermine him. These aren't just my colleagues; I consider them my friends, and so. For 2024, it's been great serving with you all. As you all see, we have fun, but we take our work very, very seriously. We deal with big issues. We deal with complex issues. And sometimes, a lot of times, we don't have the answer for, but we're trying to figure it out each and every day. And the fact that I get to sit here next to them, where they have the same passion, the drive to make sure that we move this county forward, that we continue to be one that's a AAA bond rating, that we are looked to by other counties as one of excellence, one of forward-thinking, innovative. You know, I am excited about the work and the opportunity to serve, and looking forward to more of that in 2024. And so, again, I wish I had something beyond thank you to my colleagues, but thank you. It's an honor to serve with you all, and I'm looking forward to what we can do even bolder, even better, and definitely an even brighter future for 2025. Thank you.
Very well said.
Well, I'd also like to say thank you to my colleagues, but I also want to say thank you to all of you guys, because, you know, as I always say, you guys, one, you make us look good, which isn't easy all the time, I know. But also, you know, you guys do all the work on behalf of, as we say, every resident every day. And Commissioner Boyce and I got reelected last month, and I get to, in January, I get to start my 17th year. I get to start my 5th term as a county commissioner. And I enjoy it every bit as much now as I did when I first became a county commissioner. And other than my wife and kids, it's the love of my life. I appreciate this job and the work that we do more than anything else. And because we're working on behalf of the residents of Franklin County. And, you know, the work when we go to CCAO, when I go to CCAO, when I go to NACO, I'm proud of what we do here. I'm proud of the work that all of you guys do on behalf of the residents of Franklin County, and I'm proud to share it. I'm proud to share what we do on behalf of the residents of this county, because I know that what we're doing is some of the best work in the country. And I know that, we brag a lot about Franklin County, but I know that bravado, that braggadocious attitude that we have is well-founded, because I know that the service that we're giving our community, our residents, is as good as anybody's giving their residents throughout the country. I also like to go to those things because I like to learn. I like to hear. Joy and I talked about this. We talk about it all the time. I like to learn what they're doing in other counties across the state and what they're doing in other counties across the country. There's no idea out there that's too good to steal, and bring it back here and continue to serve our community here. And when we're on these calls that we do every month with the elected officials in Franklin County, I always like to remind them to say thank you on behalf of the commissioners, to all of the staff that, of their agencies, whether it's the directors or the other elected officials, because the work that the staff is doing on behalf of the residents is the most important stuff. We get the credit. We get all the credit, we get all the glory, and but the work that you guys are doing is what matters. We just get to sit up here every week and make the votes. Sometimes it's hard, but usually it's not. Usually the work that we do is the glory. Usually the work that we do is the easy part. Usually the work that we do is, it's the culmination of all the hard work that you guys do. Every once in a while, we have to do make some hard decisions. Every couple of weeks, every month or so, we have to make a really tough decision. But that's what we got elected for. The work that you guys are doing every day, that's all the hard stuff. That's all the blocking and tackling. That's all the stuff that's the heavy lifting. So we really appreciate the stuff that you guys do day in and day out. The stuff that these guys do to get the budget ready for us to vote on. The stuff that you guys are all doing every day to serve the residents. That's the hard work. So we really appreciate all of you.
Trying to figure out where to start. One, let me thank my colleagues. Let me start there. That, man, serving with you guys I wouldn't pick, and I mean this. I would not sit next to two other people. I mean, you guys make this job fun, interesting, challenging, and in every way. And we don't always agree on everything. Sometimes it looks like we're up here, we all in sync and just kind of going through the process. That's not the case. There are a lot of conversations that go on, and we just don't always agree on things. And sometimes the difference in agreement is fighting about the agreement or just doing what's in the best interest of the county. And that's what I love about these two people serving with. And I couldn't echo better what you've said about working with the two of you.
Sometimes we fight.
We do. That's what I'm saying. We fight, but it's never like carried on to the next thing.
No.
We focus on what we might disagree with, and it's usually me fighting, but I'm somewhere in the fight. But they're being nice and they're like, yeah, it is him. He's annoying. But so there's that. But a couple of things I want to focus on in the budget, because that's what we're talking about actually. And then I will close out, because this is my last meeting as president of the board, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Crawley to be sworn in. When we talk about fiscal prudence, I do think we set a high standard, and I think that bond rating is but of an implication from a independent third party that says so. It's easy for us to sit here and pat ourselves on the back and say Franklin County is great. It's another thing when a third party is charged with doing that and they come out with an analysis that says you are managing your resources to a high standard. And let me be very clear. Their standard is not the end-all, be-all standard. Just because you have the gold seal of Moody's and Standard & Poor's does not make you perfect. But what it does is it analyzes the basic elements of finance that say whether or not you are of high standard. It's no different than if you had an 800-plus credit score. That suggests, doesn't mean you're perfect, but it suggests that you've managed your resources in the most prudent, upstanding way. That being said, we talked about how serious the commissioners take every step, every part of this job. And I mean that. I mean, you have no idea, when it comes to raising fees or taxes or even just making decisions and choices. We heard a presentation today from the folks who represent our shelter board strategy and community, and it's a substantial engagement of what they're asking for so that we get ahead of what is coming from a large and growing region. We've also met with the housing folks. You heard the Board of Elections discussion. the jail development and build out. There's so many competing resources with a limited resource. At the end of the day, it comes from you, the public. You pay your taxes, whether you're buying something in sales tax or your property tax or whatever, and that money comes from you. And so we're all in this together. Our job is as stewards of that fund. That being said, I do want to caution the administration for something. And again, I acknowledge you all do a great job. Zach, I wouldn't trade you for the world. You drive me nuts, but I wouldn't trade you for the world.
Yeah, he's good.
Administrator Wilson, I think that you are a thorough and thoughtful leader. You know, I think you take your job as serious as anybody I've ever met. I've known you for a very long time. We essentially have grown up in politics together, and so I don't know a person who takes their job more seriously than you. That being said, and it goes for the administration that exists as well, but that being said, it is a red flag and an alarm when we have to take from our reserve funds. And so that should be a note to everybody how we're thinking about going forward. That is not, should be taken lightly. Should not, I mean, think about if you were taking from your own savings to pay your bills and continue as you are. That is an indication. You may have a lot of savings, and so it doesn't necessarily affect your rating, but it does say something about the systemic structure of where you exist today financially. And we've seen some agencies we've had to, because with the runoff of TANF funds, ARPA funds, CARES Act dollars, et cetera, we've seen where the impact has an implication. And moreover, where we've been contacted by agencies that either have had to lay off workers or change programming, or agencies that are asking for more, like the shelter board folks today. Critical changes are happening right under our noses, and so when you take money from your reserve, you know, if I were advising a client, I would say that that's something that while you are safe in your reserve funds as it meets the standard of a reserve fund, it is an implication that changes are happening. The second thing I would point out to the administration as a red flag or alarm, and again, when I say red flag, like that, those are really harsh words, so I don't mean that way, but for lack of a better way to say it, the second thing I look at as indicators is the interest rate changes by the feds. You know, 2 this year, perhaps a third coming, and certainly some for next year. Those are substantial implications of inflation happening in the market. And that's a domino effect of things from, just so the public understands, we have a large portfolio. That portfolio is mostly vested in, it is all vested in fixed income instruments or Fed funds, you know, and that interest, so when those rates are cut, your interest that you're earning on your investments immediately drops down, and it is significant, you know, when you have a big portfolio like the Franklin County. And so that's the second indication. The third indication that I'm mindful of and I want us to be thoughtful about is things you're seeing going on in the social service sector. Food. You know, Matt Habash will say at the Mid-Ohio Food Collective, we've never seen a higher pull on resources in the history of his 50 or so years of being there. And that says something. The other thing is housing. Housing is an indicator at every level of what's happening in the market. And as the CSB folks today, the Community Shelter Board folks said to us today, rents are going up at a higher rate than our comparable subset of cities and regions. And so that means what we're looking at today, yeah, we may be taking $12 million from the reserve, but we really have to project out that same gap could exist for the next 3 years or the next 4 years. And while we've got the reserves that can handle that, and a lot of places don't, while we have the funds that can absorb that, we don't want to put this region under that kind of stress. And so I think a lot of thoughtfulness has to occur. And we've got some tough decisions as commissioners. to make around what our priorities are. You know, like I said, homelessness, housing, early childhood education, poverty, racism in general, board of elections. I could just go on the list, on and on the list, and it's just, I see this and I feel, my heart feels heavy because I know how tough we'll take those decisions and the impact that they'll have. And so when I see the $12 million, like I say, it's not monopoly money. That's real money that comes from hardworking people like yourselves. And so we don't take that lightly. And it's not just moving this money over here and we're going about our business. I am asking, as we go forward, Administrator Wilson, I'm asking for a deep dive on our economic projections and forecasts so that we can begin to think about, you know, we don't want to get, when it gets real tough, we don't want to have to start thinking about our employees who are forces here that you know, make this whole thing work. And we don't want to be in that position, and so we have to stay ahead of that. And keep in mind, it should be noted, you know, that doesn't even get at the debt service. Debt service for, like, say, the jail, which we are required to provide by law, that's money off the top. That's money, that's right off the top. You know, like our employees, like our forces are. And so, you know, again, and then when you start dipping into those reserves, you know, and especially in multiple years, consecutive years, it will be something for us to think about, and it will make those decisions harder. So I'm saying all that to say, I want to challenge the administration that we don't end up, I'm hoping that we're not in this position next year where we have to take from our reserves. We should be doing that now. That's what it's there for. We should be, and that's prudency. As Commissioner Crawley laid out, that's prudency to say we're not going to just go slashing and cutting and then there's a domino effect of things. You know, no. The prudent way would be to take some of our savings, of which we've been robust about our savings. We've always gone above the mark, and that's why it's there, to help sort of ease some of that pain. But we've got to really just, you know, as we go forward, let's begin to think differently. I mean, we don't know. We've got a new administration coming in that has very dramatic policy positions than the previous administration, and that could have implications as well. We were talking about HUD earlier today. That's almost certain. I mean, they've said it, and so TANF. I mean, there are going to be a lot of things that are going to be under duress over the next 4 years, and it will have a direct implication on our budget. And so I don't mean to sound like Debbie Downer, but at the same time, or Donald Downer, to be corrector out here. I don't want any emails, any mean emails. But the point I'm saying is that, again, I don't want to take away from the greatness of our administration, the leadership and skill that you guys deploy. Again, I've been at just about every level of government, and I put this group up against anybody's. You know, I mean, it is a sound group. All of you. It's in the most incredible way, I'm telling you. But at the same time, it's hard for me, you know, we're talking about added opportunity up there, service, progress, excellent opportunity. Well, we got to earn that. Mm-hmm. Opportunity, to me, is a word we got to earn. And this is a great community. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else, but we got to live up to that first. And I just want to make sure that that we're able to provide that, because I get concerned that we just haven't been put in to see the full extent of what may be under duress for us over the next couple of years. And I don't think it's you know, we want to make sure that opportunity is for everybody. You know, that that we have that platform to provide. So I end on this for my comments. That it's been a pleasure, you know, serving as president. We rotate around every year, and so it's somewhat of a figurehead role. On the flip side of it, you do a lot more work as president. It's not totally figurehead. You get a lot more. Things that you're required to be at and do, sign, whatever. That being said, this is I was on city council, general assembly, state treasurer. This is the best job. This is not even close. It's not even close. This is the best job that exists in politics. I'm 100% sure of it. I'm 100% sure of it. And so I'm grateful for your leadership. I got very talented colleagues, very talented administration, and then the county employees are just amazing. I mean, ridiculously amazing, and so it's grateful to serve with you. And I look forward to your leadership. I look forward to handing the gavel, the proverbial gavel, over to you, and
Thank you
look
for your
forward to
leadership.
service. Yeah, thank you. So. Can't look like you want to say something back, but feel free. I mean, this is it. We got to pass this budget. Once it's passed, it's passed.
No, I'm taking it all in, sir. All the points made. This never gets old. I mean, I just remember the first few budgets. I was just thinking in 5-year chunks. And the work is very meaningful, and I agree. I mean, I take this job very seriously because I believe that it's a blessing, and I have a lot of gratitude to be able to come here and do this and have the deputy county administrators that I work with and the entire Team Franklin County. I talk about hashtag Team Franklin County all the time, and I mean that every person that contributes in whatever role on our staff, I have a great deal of gratitude towards them, and they allow us all to do the job that we do each and every day. So I didn't want to say this out loud because I didn't want to jinx anything. But pending you all passing this will be the 20th budget that I've been fortunate enough to be a part of as a member of Franklin County. So it is a really big deal.
No, two no's.
I should have waited till we got to the end and say, I had said it out loud. I almost wanted to put it in a recommended budget message, but I'm like, no, not doing that. So I'm going to shut up.
I was joking with Commissioner Crawley. I said, Ken and I have known each other since we were staffers in the legislature way back in the day. He was in the Senate, I was in the House, and so we go way back. So many moons ago. You were there?
No, my wife was.
Yeah.
I've known Ken since, what,
Pam, I've known her forever, too.
Yeah.
I've known Pam longer than I've known you, I think.
Yeah, 1994 I met Ken.
So, all right.
We were both much younger men. All right, well, if there's no further comments or questions, speak now, forever hold your peace, people. I will move approval of resolution 1017.
Second.
24, I'm sorry, 101724.
Second.
Moved and seconded voting. Commissioner O'Grady?
Yes.
Commissioner Crawley?
Yes.
Commissioner Boyce?
Yes.
Resolution 1017-24 has been adopted.